What's going on, guys? Back for the landfall of Category 4 Hurricane Laura, a high-end Category 4. As you're looking at the eye wall, as it's about 80 miles offshore, looking down into the eye wall as the sun is setting. And we're going to look at the latest on Hurricane Laura. Again, it's a high-end Category 4. Very easily could, at least temporarily, hop up to Category 5. Right there's the latest numbers from the National Hurricane Center. That is the water height around Lake Charles. I'm getting to the latest numbers here in just a second. Here we go. National Hurricane Center. There'll be another update here soon from the National Hurricane Center. 150 mile an hour. Let me take that up. There you go. 150 mile an hour. It's actually got a central low pressure of 940. Maybe a little lower. Let's check over at CIMSS. And by the way, since we're here talking about storms, there's two storms that have formed in the last 6 to 8 hours over in the Pacific. Wouldn't be surprised if they weren't spin-offs of Hurricane Laura. You'll see in some of the satellite images, this thing's got a tail on it that goes all the way across southern Mexico, southern Mexico, Central America. I mean, it's dragging some moisture with it now. There's going to be a lot of rain associated with this storm. There it is, CAT4, at least right now. Before landfall, still a Category 4 storm. We're trying to find the central low pressure. Hang on just a second. Let's get this rolling. You can see how close it is to the coast. You know, it is not safe for anybody to be down there. No kidding. I mean, hopefully everybody's gone. That's getting that frosty cold ring look. Do you guys remember what Hurricane Dorian looked like, and Hurricane Michael, and Irma multiple times? I call it a frost ring. And you'll see the tops of these hurricanes when they get this stadium effect. Let me go in a little closer on a now this one will work. They get looks like a perfect ring. And it's almost like it freezes in a perfect circle when they get so tall and so big and strong. And this one's getting that presentation on satellite. It's called a stadium effect. I call it a tall, frosty cold when that top ring gets perfectly round. But looking at the forecast, the intensity right now, most of the models are around 931. One is showing 931, which is crazy low. 943 and 937, respectively. Those are three different reporting outlets. And that's the central low pressure. Just for reference, I think one of the strongest on Earth was in the 980s ever recorded. So that's not anywhere near that, but it's a very strong hurricane in a league all its own right now. That's the strongest storm on Earth. You're looking at it by a long shot. There's, like I said earlier, two that have just formed tropical storms over in the Pacific. But they're babies compared to this thing. But what I was want to show you was the precipitational drag, is what I call it. It's a big tail. Watch this. if I can get out far enough. See that drag behind the storm? Goes way over into the Pacific. Look at that connection. It's like a big hydrant. Look at that moisture behind that thing. And there's 2 storms that have formed over there. I mean, that is wild. That's a big storm. Very big storm. There it is once again. Watch for power outages tonight. If you're in the path of this thing, you're looking at central Arkansas by Friday at 1 a.m. And this thing's going to be a tropical storm for till Friday, probably into Friday night up into Arkansas. And I think Arkansas is going to see substantial impacts from this storm. Going over into the Missouri Boot Heel, and then all across northern Tennessee and Kentucky. Don't be surprised if there's not a trail of tornadoes from Texas to New Jersey. I mean, no joke. This thing, it's reaching up so tall, it's going to take a long time for this thing to unwind. No joke. Got some other images. Here's a unique view of this storm. Looking down on it from a global perspective, and it's the strongest storm on the earth. There's no competition right now. Strongest storm on earth. There's one over in the Pacific, the far Pacific. I think we can see it on here. No, we can't. But there's a storm over here. No, it's just out of reach. I think it got up to Category 3, Bavi, B-A-V-I. But there's a look at this storm as it's getting close. And if you looked at it from here, you'd think, wow, it's going towards Houston, but it is going to turn. It's going to make a landfall between New Orleans and Houston. Here it is in a different format. So watching this thing as it's continually getting stronger. And I don't think it's going to slow down until it absolutely gets all the way inland. And I'm talking the eye wall well inland. And you're looking at a few more hours. This thing could strengthen even more. And here's the moisture drag. And you can see how it does reach all the way down into Central America. See that drag? I mean, that's like a hydrant. And then the darker the bluish green you see up here, that's all the moisture that's just dragging with it. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable storm. That's a wild perspective of it right there. That's loaded with water. It's pushing water. And remember, hurricanes and cyclones push down, and tornadoes pull up. Push and pull. Got some other views as we're waiting. Someone was looking at their windy.com, and they couldn't find a reading that I was pulling up. And I just want to share it with you guys real quick. And if you're watching, what you were doing, they were looking at just the wind field. They weren't looking at wind gust, because I did a post earlier. I'm going to see if I can find the original. I think it's right over here in this next. Let me show you what I found. And again, this is just a forecast of a potential, but I found it quite mind-blowing. There it is. And they were looking at their windy.com, and they were not on the right tab. You got to click on wind gusts. This is a gust. This is not a sustained wind. This is wind gusts. Okay, so of course there's going to be very high wind gusts. I mean, but the sustained winds right now, according to the National Hurricane Center, of this storm, the strongest storm on Earth, are 150 miles per hour. 150 miles per hour. And could be gaining momentum. And you're looking at the last view of this storm as it's got that stadium effect It's getting that, what I call that frozen ring at the top. And it's cold up there. When they reach really tall and high up into the sky, the colder it gets. And you'll notice that eye wall will clear out when it starts pushing down that really cold air. And that creates the machine, you know. It's a heat engine is basically what it is. We view them as hurricanes. That's all we've ever known them. But it's a natural process by which the Earth transfers heat. From hemisphere, in the northern hemisphere, they're called hurricanes that rotate counterclockwise, and typhoons. In the southern hemisphere, they transfer heat around, coincidentally, at the end of their summer, because they're redistributing heat. That's what they do. That's their job. Sometimes they get big and drag a lot with them. Reach way up into the atmosphere where it's cold, and move that heat around. But here's where we're at. We're at windy.com. This is just a forecast. It's not a guarantee, but it's showing at landfall. Here, let me stretch it back up. Wind gusts. Again, these are not sustained winds, so don't think that they are, because they're not. These are potential 198 mile an hour gusts. And the only time I've ever seen this was, or even close to this, was Irma and Dorian and Michael. For just I don't know, maybe an hour or two, Michael reached way up into category 5, and then it made landfall, but it did not have the brown ocean effect like we've got going on right here. And I talked about that in the earlier video. The brown ocean effect is when the land is supersaturated, and the eye of the storm feels like it's still over water. So here it is on radar. This is over at the GOES 16, and you can see the outer bands are already making this storm's presence known. It is starting to get very, very close. You're going to see a cam here that's starting to bounce. Look at this. This is in St. Charles. This camera is looking west. And you can see it teetering back and forth. And I've been watching this, and they've been evacuating. I saw a small fleet of buses, big buses, hauling people at a pretty high rate of speed across the or across the bridge. They were going east. I've seen the police presence here. They've got like one lane closed. I'm not sure what they're doing. Those vehicles right up here, they look like large vehicles of some sort. I don't know why. I would assume that bridge at the height of this storm will start rocking back and forth. It's going to feel the force of this storm. But here we're looking at the radar. We haven't looked at this yet because it hasn't been on the radar, because it hasn't been close enough to the shore. That's kind of what I was waiting on, was the radar. And that's when I saw the eye wall get into the field of view. Here we are. And we're literally coming in for a landing. You're looking at the strongest storm on Earth about to make landfall. And tomorrow, it's going to be an entirely different day. And unfortunately, a different way of life in southern Louisiana. And there's good people there. I mean, they're all good people. I hate to see this happen, but we see this, a lot. This is part of the mechanics of the earth, and we just got to get out of the way. Protect yourself in times like this. You can't be replaced. Your stuff can. Just be thankful that you're out of the way of this thing. But this reminds me of a Dorian. I'm just saying it does. I'm not saying it is, because every storm is unique. They're all different. There have never been two the same. This one has been compared to, maybe a Rita back in 2005 or a Hurricane Ike in 2008. But when it's all said and done, it's going to be Laura of 2020. It's going to be its own unique storm. It's going to have similarities to Michael. It's going to have similarities to Irma, but it's still going to be its own unique storm. So, hi, Steve. Steve Gerard. What that is, and thank you for the contribution. I appreciate that. The 190, 200 mile an hour are potential wind gusts based off of what they're seeing. Here's a look at it right here. I'll just show you. And this is a good, reputable weather website, windy.com. They're phenomenal. One of the best on the earth, to be quite honest with you. That's why I use it. They're very, very good. Windy is good. Windy is wise. And I've said that for a long time. And I don't get anything for saying that. They're just good. And if that's what they say, I'm going with it. Is it going to materialize exactly at 190 or 200? Maybe, and maybe not. This thing is in a constant state of evolution. It's always changing, okay? So at the time, the supercomputer, and this is a collection of models that are condensed into one, and based off of the environmental conditions at the time this was ran, which was just a few minutes ago, that's what it came up with. Could it change between now and then? Absolutely it could. But that's what it's showing right now. That's all. It doesn't mean it's going to happen verbatim exactly that way. But that tells us, too, that is anticipating a strengthening at landfall. Absolutely it does. There's the radar. You can see the outer bands are already getting close. The camera bouncing and swaying back and forth over here in St. Charles, where that lake and the river system are supposed to go up to historic levels. Here's another look at it from above. This is the GOES 16. This is a slightly different format, and that is just about as classic. And you can see the ring at the top. I call that the frozen ring, and you know that it's a tall. It's got that deep convection, the stadium effect, which a stadium effect is literally if there were a stadium sitting on top of the eye wall. And you know how, like a football stadium, a big soccer stadium, they're shaped like a bowl. Well, the top is shaped like a bowl. You can see the shadowing, and the dark is incredible heights where it's very, very cold. And then that ring, when that ring gets very, very round, then you know it's at a maximum speed, about as strong as it can get. Unfortunately, and that's what we're seeing. It is a very strong hurricane. There's no doubt about it. So when Windy saw the environmental conditions, the warm, very warm sea surface temperatures that not only warm at the surface, but they go down a pretty good ways. The water is very warm. All things considered, that's what it came up with at 10 p.m. as it's making landfall. Is it going to happen exactly? Don't know. We'll have to wait and see, but it's going to come in strong, and like I said, it's going to be one for the record books. I don't think there's ever been one this strong in this part of the Gulf. Look at that eye. Are you serious? I just refreshed this right here with you guys. That is unbelievable. And remember, that is pushing down. So that's pushing water like a bulldozer. Unbelievable. And that, like I said earlier, that's a heat machine. That's a natural cooling mechanic of the Earth. Yes. Every planet that's loaded with water, which I'm sure there's many out there, they have the same thing. It's how it naturally cools. It's hot. So it's trying to cool off. I'm going to go back 6 hours. This is again over at windy.com. I got to be honest, it's one of my favorites. But there you go. You're looking down the eye wall of the strongest storm on planet Earth right there. Wow. That's as the sun's going down. Now it's starting to get dark. And there's not much more time before this thing makes landfall. And these things have a history of rapidly intensifying after dark. That's a personality trait of the tropics. Let's see. I'm going to refresh this and see what it does. It might be more than 200, might be less. 166. There it is. It's still at 200. It hasn't changed, and I just refreshed it. But again, that's a wind gust. And, you know, it could be calculating that at a couple thousand feet. You know, I don't really know for sure, but all I know is windy is very good. Very good source of info if you're looking for good weather. Here's the cam again. You can see it's starting to get dark. We'll see how long the lights stay on. We'll see how long the camera stays on. There's been an evacuation order all throughout the southern Louisiana area, obviously here in St. Charles. And I don't know what the traffic is. Are these people that are leaving at the last minute? Now the cars over in the right-hand lane are moving to the west, and the cars in the left-hand lane are moving to the east. So I don't know where they would be going at a time like this when you've got a giant, the largest storm on Earth, sitting 120 miles. Well, where they're at, St. Charles, is, what is it, 30 miles inland? Yeah, about 120 miles away from you, at least the eye wall. Incredible. I don't know where these people are going. I don't know where they're going. They should have already been where they needed to go. Nothing's open. Everything's closed. There's not even any gas stations opened. Everybody had to leave. So what you're looking at there in that area, I don't even know if there's anybody over there at that hotel. I mean, the lights are on, but I doubt very seriously that here in a few hours the electricity will be on. Look at that camera bouncing around. It'll be very interesting to see how long that stays on, because the eye wall of this storm is going right past, and in fact we'll go take a look at it. We'll look at it right here. It's going to truck right past Lake Charles. Check this out. In fact, this one's got it going right over Lake Charles. Unreal. But it's going to be a strong system well inland, and I have a feeling if you're in Arkansas, you guys are in for quite a storm. You could see something very, very strong in Arkansas, no doubt about it. It's going to be a tropical storm all the way through Arkansas, from the southern tip all the way up to the Missouri boot heel, when it makes that hard right-hand turn over in, where's my map at? That hard right-hand turn at Tennessee, right there at Memphis. That's right above the New Madrid Fault. And wow, it takes a hard right. And then in 2 days, let's see, 1 a.m. Saturday, then it's going to really pick up momentum with that jet and go straight to the coast. Look how far it goes on Saturday. From Saturday, 1 p.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, it's going to go about 300 miles. That's fast. It's going to gain a lot of speed. Not before taking out power to who knows how many people. But there's going to be power outages because trees are going to be knocked down because of saturated soil, high winds. We've seen it before. Let's see if there's been any updates. 15 mile per hour northwest. That's its forward speed. Sustained, that's the key word here. See that right there? Sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. And that's from the National Hurricane Center. That's what these people do. So could it have wind gusts of 180, 190? I suppose it probably could quite easy. That's when roofs come off of structures, towers go down, those towers and big power poles. That's when they go down generally the wind gusts come in, and you'll have a big powerful gust of 150, 200, maybe stronger. I don't know. This thing is a work in progress, and it is far from over. In fact, it is just getting started. I'm just going to refresh these pages as we go. But see the two storms over in the Pacific? They just spun up today. And they're conveniently close to Laura. Got a small landmass separating them right there. Southern Mexico, Central America. Still a CAT4 at landfall. There'll be an update. What time is it? Should be an update soon. Wow, that is a total stadium. Unreal. Guys, that's not going to be a good scenario there. There shouldn't be anybody there. No. There shouldn't be anybody in that area where that's going to make landfall. That is not a good idea. So if there's anybody there, you need to reconsider. No joke. That is not a good idea. Nope. Boy, that is one unbelievable storm. Look at some of these cloud tops. It's getting taller as it's getting closer to land. And then as it gets on land, it's going to think it's still over water. And that water is going to be potentially warmer. Are you serious? The swamps over here? Because they're going to be flooded from the surface water that it pushes on land that it's doing right now. So it's creating its own path on land. That's why they have this thing. See that red line? That's still a Category 4 after landfall because of the brown ocean effect. They know it. I've seen it over in Louisiana before, on the east side of Louisiana. I saw it happen. It's been a couple of years ago. Maybe it was back in 2017. Storm made landfall, and they'd had a super wet summer. The ground was extremely saturated, and the brown ocean effect influenced the storm. After it made landfall, it remained a hurricane for an extended period of time. And then it was slowly unwinding as it moved forward. Because that's the thing. These things get wound up tighter than an 8-day clock. And it takes them a while to unwind. So, and this thing's going all the way up to southeastern Oklahoma, according to the maps. But again, these are our forecasts. I'm sorry, southeastern Missouri. But these are forecasts. They could change. Right now, if you look over in eastern Oklahoma, getting some very heavy, moderate to heavy rain showers in eastern Oklahoma and northwestern Missouri. If you ask me, those are associated with Hurricane Laura. I mean, this thing is just dominating right now. The strongest storm on Earth, bar none. There's no competition. That thing has an unbelievable satellite presentation. Looking at the central low pressure, because it's like this. The lower this number, the higher the wind speed. It's like the yin and yang. The lower this goes, the higher the other one goes. So the lower the millibars, the higher the winds. I think this storm over here is its only competition. And it's a Category 1. That's its competitor on the other side of the Earth. So yeah, no competition. This has not changed. At least if it has, it's difficult to tell. You can just see the red overwhelming this area too. Much like the storm itself is an overwhelming storm, all of the red is intercoastal inland flooding of anywhere from 9 feet on up. The orange, this is potential flooding. Again, these are forecasts. They haven't happened yet, but they're going to happen to some degree like this, This is the best forecast that they can give based off of the information they have to work with. And I would say that it's probably very accurate. Red is greater than 9 feet. Orange is greater than 6 feet, and yellow is greater than 3 feet. Blues are greater than 1 foot. And those, are problematic, but not something that can't really be dealt with. Now, I see a big change. I do see a change here. Oh, there is a change. Okay. All right, there is a change. I'm noticing Beaumont. Okay, so the storm must be shifting a little bit. Okay, here we go. This is I don't know if this is good or bad, but it is what it is. There's going to be less flooding according to this update that I'm sharing with you, because the one we did before showed Beaumont with several areas of orange and red, which was 6 to 9 feet plus of inland flooding, storm surge. I don't see that anymore. So that tells me the storm is moving to the right. So that may be good for Beaumont, good for Port Arthur, but not so good for over here by White Lake. Cameron, east of Cameron, which Cameron's always kind of been in the crosshair, so to speak. But so that means the water is going more towards Cameron and White Lake, away from Beaumont, and not necessarily all of Port Arthur. Right side of the Sabine Lake is all red, which is 9 feet or above. But Port Arthur right now isn't looking as bad as it did. No joke. Look at the earlier video. There was a lot of red and orange over here by Beaumont and by Port Arthur. Absolutely there was, because I talked about the levee here at Port Arthur being challenged. Remember? I said the levee in Port Arthur, based off of what we're looking at the time, is going to definitely be challenged. Well, that water is no longer an issue. At least right now. That could change, but I don't think so. It's moved away from the Port Arthur Beaumont area, but that means it's going to go over here to the right somewhere else. So, wow, that's a big update that I just noticed right now. When I looked at it, I thought it looked primarily the same until you zoom in really close, and Beaumont looks a whole lot better than what it did. Absolutely. So does Port Arthur. But that just means the water's moving more over here. Lake Charles, let's see if there's any change. Lake Charles was all the way surrounded by red, and it still is. Lake Charles is kind of right in the middle of all of this mix. Lake Charles. Wow, there's a golf course there, huh? The National Golf Club of Louisiana. Got quite a bit of yellow and orange, red. Sam Houston Jones State Park. Carlos, Moss Lake, Sulphur. Yeah, so there's been a shift. Been a big shift to the right. Not necessarily big, a little movement. That's why we were looking at this thing when it was out in the middle of the Gulf. I mean, a little bit of movement to the right or left would make a big difference at landfall. Not so much now, but a little movement's not going to affect the landfall situation too much. Now, it will with the storm surge, which is a big deal. That is a big change. So, I guess depending on where you live, that's either good or bad. But it looks like right now that Beaumont will not see as much storm surge as we saw earlier. But there's going to be more over this way. Let's look at New Orleans. Lake Pontchartrain. Still good. Nothing they can't handle. Probably see something like that on a hot summer day when there's strong thunderstorms. The light blue is 1 foot above ground, above dry ground. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on this to see if it's updated anytime between now and landfall. All right, that's a big deal. All right, here we go. back to the satellite presentation. We're about to run out of visible because it's getting dark. In fact, it is dark there. Now we're almost completely dark in Lake Charles. The camera still bouncing around a little as the radar is showing the outer bands getting closer and closer. The yellow indicates more precipitation, denser clouds, stronger rain bands. But this has moved to the right. Definitely not as big of a presentation over here in the Beaumont, Port Arthur area. At least that's what it's showing us now. It could wobble between now and landfall. That's a big deal. Wow. But no change as far as Lake Charles and the lake rising up to historic levels. Let's refresh this. I'm just kind of waiting on this landfall. Laura expected to make landfall here real soon. Okay, that's showing now. I just refreshed it, 199. I've refreshed this now 3 times. And again, these are wind gust, potential wind gust, and not a guarantee. So it looks like, yeah, here within about an hour and a half, you're going to see this thing start to interact with the land, pushing water in. I'm sure that water is already rising in areas along that coast. Now, looking at this, the storm looks like it's on the same general track as it's been for the last, say, 20 to 24 hours. So I don't know how to, I mean, I know how to read the map, but I don't know how to perceive what the big change was that took all of the 6 to 9 foot storm surge away from the Beaumont area and Port Arthur. So I remember talking about the levees. That's why this looks like it's got, well, not looks like, it does. It has lines through a white grid. It looks like a white line map here. This section, that's Port Arthur. And the reason it's like that is because it says right here, levied area. And when you look at it real close on Google Earth, which we can, if we go to that area, you can see, and we talked about it, the levees being challenged by the very strong storm surge and waves and high winds. Right there they are, in fact, there and over here. But that's no longer problematic other than maybe a foot. So a foot opposed to 6 to 9 feet is a really big deal. That's a really big deal. But the storm looks to be in the same general area. Don't know. Wow. So maybe those levees won't be forced to take the brunt of a CAT4, potentially a Category 5 storm. Maybe not. According to that, and that's from the National Hurricane Center, that has changed. That's a huge change. But it just means that water is going to go somewhere else, over to the right. That's essentially what has happened. And I do have a screenshot of that map from, this has just changed within the last 3.5 to 4 hours. I'll look and see if the water has drastically moved over to the right, which I'm sure it has. But that's advisory number 28. I think advisory number 27 definitely showed something much different. Okay, this is ventusky.com. This is the HRRR, which is a NOAA forecasting satellite. All right. Murphy's Law. You're welcome, Murphy's Law. You were on with me this morning, Murphy's Law. How's it going? Thank you. That's very kind. So we're at the HRRR. This is over at ventusky.com. Another excellent weather app that you can get. They're really good. I've used Ventusky for a long time. So this is showing us. Let me refresh it just to make sure. This is showing us two different models. The HRRR. See it right there? And it's going to show a landfall very, very soon, like the other models are showing. And this again is wind gusts of anywhere from 130 to 140. Very high winds on that right-hand side. That's at around 10 p.m. Boy, you see that landfall? Maybe, I don't know. It still looks very strong in the Beaumont, Port Arthur area. I have to wait and see. But it's showing wind gusts of 130, 140, I think, in places I saw. Yeah, 144. Again, these are wind gusts, and this is the HRRR. To be honest, this is one that I haven't used a whole lot. I don't even think it was optional over here for a while. The next one I'm going to show you is, yeah, this is a different one. This is the ICON. I've used this one a lot, and I will say that its accuracy has been as good as any. You know what I mean? Wind gusts at landfall, looking at about the same as the HRRR, 130s, 140s, depending on, you know, what quadrant of the storm you're talking about. That's at 11. 10 p.m., a little stronger. More of the 130 action. Just kind of making a quick pass through here. There's a 140. And here is another look. This is the GFS. This is yet another model, and this is showing wind gusts of about the same. But even strong after landfall, right at landfall. And then going up past Lake Charles. Overnight, there at 2 a.m., got the eye wall actually right next door to Lake Charles with wind gusts of still 100 miles per hour. And that's at 2 a.m. So several hours later. And this thing's going to make a beeline up the state line, up into the Shreveport area, Monroe. You can see the outer bands over here above Alexandria at 5 a.m. Windy will refresh it. The wind gusts are much different over here at Windy. So what you normally do, or at least what I do, is I kind of split the difference. You know, if one's showing gusts of 140 consistently and the other one's showing gusts of and the 190s in here were kind of rare. There's a lot of 170, 160. Where's the 190? And that's a little actually closer to landfall right there. And that darker color, that darker shade you see right there in the center area, right there, you don't see that very often on here. I have seen it before, and it was accurate. So just saying, I've used this a lot. But what I typically do and all of the models are different. There's dozens, okay? And some of the models were showing the storm making landfall down here south of Corpus Christi, okay? But they're still models, and they come up with that path for a reason. So they have to be considered. All of the models considered make the final, forecast. They have to all be considered. So these winds that Windy is showing, they have to be considered. So just take this and kind of split the difference. That's what you do. So you see 140s on the other two. You see 170s here. Split the difference around 158, like you're seeing right here. Expect gusts of probably 158, maybe higher, because some of these values are really, really high. Up in the, we saw some 200. It wouldn't surprise me based off of the satellite presentation of this storm. I mean, it's quite remarkable. That remains to be seen if it's going to be a Category 5. I mean, I think it would have to be a Category 5 for, even an hour or two to have those types of gusts. I really do. But based off of the satellite presentation that we're seeing, like I said earlier, it would not surprise me at all. Let's look at the radar. Here it's been refreshed. Getting closer. Got a large eye wall. That's a good size one. Reminds me a lot of the Michaels, the Dorian. Irma had a fairly large eye wall, and Irma was a fairly large storm that was a CAT4, if I'm not mistaken, for like 36 hours straight. Is that some sort of a record for the Atlantic Basin? I think it was the longest, not the strongest storm, because there's been, a few CAT5s in the Atlantic Basin. The strongest one I think ever recorded was Patricia, and that would be over, believe it or not, over where those two just formed, over in the Pacific. Now check this out. There's two storms right here, and that's where Patricia actually came in from the west. It was moving this direction, made landfall in like north central, right up in here, Mexico, as obviously a strong Category 5. I forget what the central low pressure was on that storm. It was just unbelievable. But I think that's one of the strongest ever recorded on Earth. That one that landed right there. And I remember when it made landfall, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And I mean, it immediately, when it made landfall, there was no brown ocean effect whatsoever. And there was a mountainous area over there. It was gone down to like a tropical storm in a matter of like an hour and a half. I'd never seen anything like it other than Marco. That really wasn't even a storm, and it never had a chance because of the wind shear. It was just too small. This storm here, believe it or not, encountered dry air, but it fought it off. It closed the circle and did not let the dry air intrude inside the inner circle. And that's what you're seeing here. You're seeing some dry air that tried to get in, but it fought most of it off. You're seeing shadows down in there now. But that's as the sun is setting, and it's going to make landfall. Look at that, right in here. But Beaumont and Port Arthur seem to be on the lesser end of the storm surge now. Considerably. We'll have to see if that stays the same. Let's go back to the radar and see how close we are. We're probably... I'll see the reds in here now. That's a sign of strength. See the red at the top? That's up the top of that stadium. It's got that stadium effect, like you're looking at a stadium from above. Looks like a big bowl. Well, the red is indicating strength, tall, height. So this thing could indeed be strengthening a little bit more. And it's just hours from making landfall. And in fact, let me see if that camera is still... Yeah, it's still on. See, it's dark now. It's 8:30 on the dot. So it looks like the majority of those cars that were parked here on the bridge... This is Lake Charles. That's what we're looking at. We're looking west. What is that? Sort of a light glare. Now there's a car. I wouldn't think we'd be seeing a whole lot of traffic. This is a camera looking across the Cassiver River, or Calcassiver, in Lake Charles. that's supposed to rise to record heights tonight during the overnight hours. In fact, it should be starting to rise. Here's what it's predicted to be, or was at least forecasted. And you can see the rise starting at what time today? Just before noon. So that should be rising even now as we do this video. And that is right there. The water under that bridge is supposed to go up to record levels. Have to wait and see. That's just the forecast. Forecasts always change. You know, if they're any weather forecast, especially if it's old, got more than 24 hours in front of it, it's going to change some. Pretty much 95% of the time, it's going to change some. Because the weather and atmosphere is in a constant state of motion. It's in a constant state of change. So it's hard to predict something several hours out when it's constantly changing. So, you know, years ago, they used to use nothing but ships out at sea, and that was occasional, trying to predict storms like this. They would use ships at sea, and there was a time when they didn't even have airplanes to use. These things would just kind of show up. Can you imagine looking out and seeing something like that and not have any advanced notice? All of a sudden, you've got 9 feet of water trying to intrude your community. I mean, there was a time not too long ago when it was like that on Earth. And that just tells you how far we've come with technology in such a considerably a very short period of time. Seriously, less than 100 years ago, you couldn't do something like this. And now most of you listening can do this. Look at weather radar in the palm of your hand. What was it, 1920? They had to rely on ships out at sea taking barometric pressure readings with gauges, you know. And then, of course, literally measuring the sea surface temperatures. Nowadays, you know, it's totally different. And if you really sit and try to wrap your mind around it, we have come a long way quick with technology advancements. Yeah. Here's the last look of daylight before the storm makes landfall. There it goes. And last night, when the sun set, the storm got stronger. Here it is again. Boy, that is getting very, very close. Oh, thank you, Michael McEwen. Looking at a few messages here. I'm trying to keep up with this radar and look at messages. I appreciate that, guys. Guys and gals, that's very kind of you. Double. You definitely wake up early in the morning. I do. I'm an early riser, Double. You bet I am. Now, today, I slept in until 4:10. That's late for me. But I needed it. I was very tired. I really was. Torlo DeBera, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm an early riser, You know, I always have been. And I think it's just how you're born. You either like to get up early or you don't. And I'm just one of those guys that like to get up early. Michael McEwen, thank you, Michael. We appreciate your coverage. You guys, I like having that coffee too. And we'll do it more often, okay? I appreciate you guys stopping by because literally my son likes to get up early. My wife gets up pretty early too, but I'm the real early bird. I like to get up before the sun. I'm out of sync if I don't get up before the sun does. It's just how I am. Bonnie, I'm gonna try to pronounce this. Bonnie Freems, 1446. Thank you. That's very kind. Tony Barnwell from North Carolina. Oh, hi, Tony. Thank you, and God bless you, sir. That is very kind. Okay, we've got an update to pass along here. Let's go back to the radar real quick. Okay, there's the radar. Okay, it's not an update from the National Hurricane Center, but it is getting much closer. As you guys can clearly see, it's actually looks like to me it's gaining forward momentum. But see the red on there? Here, let me get a little closer. Check it out. That's strength. That means this thing is getting stronger. Albeit it looks small compared to the yellow and orange, but that red is a sign of strength, guys. No joke. Oh, yeah. Louisiana Skywatch, I'm glad you brought that up because there are hundreds of oil rigs in the path of this storm, and several of these oil rigs were evacuated yesterday, which was a very smart move. They evacuated, and I don't have a map, but let me see here if I can find a decent view, which I guess, let me see here. Well, we got to work. We can use this one. No, it's getting dark. Well, we'll go back to, yeah, right in here, all through here. There's oil rigs, and the eye wall went right across a big patch of oil rigs there that they did right in here, actually. Right where the eye wall's at, pretty much within the last couple of hours. But they evacuated several. There's oil rigs all over the place out there in the Gulf of Mexico. Been there for years. Been there for years. But yeah, that's a good observation. Thank you for sharing. Pain of Reality Channel. Thank you, you and Shannon. That's very kind. Trying to keep up, guys, the best I can. I'm sorry if I miss any. Annette Ingham, will I be on in the morning? You know I'm going to try. Absolutely. I will probably be on. Yeah, let's just say that I will. Skullmaster. Yes, Skullmaster 43 asked if there was a possibility of a CAT4. And yes, absolutely there is. No guarantees, though, but from the looks of this thing, and based off of what it's done, yeah, absolutely. Even if it's just for a couple of hours, I think it could. Is it probable? I don't know. I don't know that it has enough time because you can see here, well, there's a good view of it there before dark. But you can see it's getting very close. But you know what? Thinking back, Michael, that's right around where Michael became a CAT4. Just a few miles offshore. And I think this one, considering the brown ocean effect and everything that we've talked about, all things considered, yeah, this thing has an opportunity to become a Category 5, even if it's just for an hour. Will it? I don't know. That's a tough call. It looks like it could, though. I felt very confident it was going to become a CAT4 based off of all things considered. But this one here, it just depends on where they measure the storm. It could already be at CAT5 somewhere in that storm. It's just a matter of will they measure in the right place. You know, if they get it right, which they do. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't get it right. I'm just saying that's a large storm, and the planes that fly through there and take the wind readings, obviously they can't cover every square centimeter of the storm. So if they fly through and their routes are calculated. They try to go through the strongest part of the storm. But the storm is in a constant state of motion, you know, so it's hard to do. They could fly through it, turn around and be heading back, and it could intensify right as they're coming out of it, and may not know it for an hour or two later. But yeah, I mean, they do a great job. Between that and the satellite observations and ground observations, we're looking at radar right now. I mean, these things are covered from a multitude of devices, aircraft, ships, radar, satellites, all kinds of things. I would say buoys, but I'm not, because they were all broke. And I think that would be an absolute requirement to have active buoys all around your country, your land, of course. And there shouldn't be one broke, let alone 40. Anyway, got all the bases covered everywhere else. Especially in the Gulf of Mexico during hurricane season. It should be absolutely mandatory that every buoy works with absolute perfect precision. Sitting around, oh, that don't work. What do you mean it doesn't work? That should work perfect. Here's another view from the Go 16. Holy mackerel. Look at the outflow of that thing. You know how long it's going to take that storm to unwind? Whoo! No wonder they got that thing as a depression up by Memphis, Tennessee. It's going to take a while for that thing to unwind for sure. In fact, let's go look. They've got this being still being a tropical system. Holy man. They've got this thing being a tropical depression all the way over to central Virginia on Saturday at 1 p.m. That's what that D stands for, depression, tropical depression. Not a low, tropical depression. Yeah, it's going to take a while. And we're looking at Wednesday night. It's Wednesday night. That's Saturday afternoon. And then re-strengthening as it enters the not so warm waters of the northern Atlantic, right up in here. Those waters aren't super warm like they are down here in the Gulf. Waters down there are like warm soup. And getting warmer. Let's see if this is updated. This is the inundation map. We looked at this earlier, and I noticed a quite significant change from the earlier live stream that we did. We were talking about this unbelievable amount of storm surge. That's what we're looking at here. This is potential storm surge. Obviously, it hasn't happened yet, but based off of what's about to make landfall, it's probably going to happen in some degree like this. This is their very best estimate. But there was a lot of orange and red in the Beaumont area, and I don't see it there anymore. I don't even see it sit around Port Arthur. Red is above 9 feet. Yellow is above 3 feet. Orange is above 6 feet. And there was a lot of orange and red in the Beaumont area. I remember cross-referencing it on Google Earth and talking about the levees at Port Arthur, and now it's not there anymore. It's just simply moved to the right. Now it's coming more over in this direction here. Got more orange and more yellow, a little farther to the east. So the water is still going to be moving around, just in a slightly different place. That makes a big difference, though, to the good people of Beaumont and Port Arthur. Lake Charles, though, it still looks almost identical to the way it did earlier. Surrounded by red, which is 9 foot plus, orange, which is greater than 6 feet, and that's above normally dry ground. Yeah, that's above normally dry ground. That is a lot of water. And Lake Charles, if we go to Google Earth and we look as the crow flies, that is over 30 miles inland, which, too, is quite extraordinary. Lake Charles is about 32 miles from the coast, and you can see water going all the way up to Kinder, which is 55 miles. Look. Right up there. Storm surge going up 50 plus miles. That is just unbelievable. But this is a lot of swamp and a lot of moisture here. Ground is obviously very wet, so the storm surge compounded with the already wet soil and swamps, going to be warm water on top of warm water, creating the brown ocean effect. So this storm is going to remain a tropical system well up into Arkansas as a tropical storm. which implies it's going to have stronger winds than a tropical depression. So looks like to me Arkansas could see some very strong weather, the entire state of Arkansas for that matter, except for maybe the far western part of Arkansas. We can see a run here over at windy.com. And there goes the eye wall right up through Little Rock. And that is Thursday into Friday. Friday during the overnight hours, you can see parked right over central Arkansas. What's the wind speeds? With 72 mile an hour wind gusts. That's potential. The 72 mile an hour wind gusts, large storm over Arkansas. That's Friday at 3 a.m. That's a little over 48 hours away. So, and that's going to be as a tropical storm. Wow, that's probably going to go down in the record books for probably multiple things. We'll have to wait and see. But this will probably go down in the record books. I think it already has, to be honest. I think this is one of the, if not the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Gulf of Mexico in this area. I think Rita, I'd have to look. I think Rita was a Category 3. Even though, and Ike, if I remember right, Hurricane Ike made landfall in this area, I want to say 2008. But it made landfall as a Category 3 storm. Let's go back to the radar here real quick, see how close this thing's getting. Hurricane Rita was 2005. I think it also set records for storm surge inundation, but it too made landfall as a Category 3 storm. I'm pretty sure it did. It was a Category 5 at one time, but it weakened upon approach at landfall. So it went from a Category 5 to a 4 to a 3, where this one has been, a unique storm of its own. They're no two alike. They're alike, similar, but they're not the same. This one went from a tropical storm to a 1, 2, 3, then a 4. And it very well could go through the entire cycle. It could be a 5 before it makes landfall. So I have to wait and see. It's coming up, though. The outer bands are getting stronger. You can see the camera starting to bounce a little more. Still cars going across the water here at Lake Charles. That's the I-10 bridge that goes through Lake Charles. We're looking to the west. It's 8:49 p.m. in Louisiana, right here in Lake Charles. And we are literally, an hour away? Hour and a half from landfall? Hi, Judd. Yeah, I'm going to try to cover the landfall. You bet. Even if I have to take a little break, we're going to cover the landfall. But tornadoes, that's another thing that are a very good possibility. That happened during the last tropical storm we had that went up the eastern seaboard. That was Isaias or Isaias. I know the pronunciation can be a little tricky with that. What happened to our radar here? No. Can't have this. I'll refresh. What's going on with the radar, buddy? But no, there were, just thinking to myself, what's going on here? Okay. Dozens of tornado issues with Isaias or Isaias. I'm not even going to debate that pronunciation. I think it could be both. I don't know. What happened to our radar? No. Okay, we got that. Look at how close that's getting. Oh, wow. That is something else. Okay, I want to go back to radar. All right, radar, radar, radar. Where you at, radar? There you are. Are you serious? We gotta have radar. No way. Well, I'm sure it'll come back up. I don't know why we don't have radar. This is not cool. We gotta have radar. No, I guess we don't, right? Well, we're gonna find radar. Trust you me. I gotta have radar. We gotta watch this thing come in for this landfall. This is not something I was planning on. Where's the radar at? Okay, we'll go to composite. Go to long wave for a minute, I guess. There we go. It'll probably come back up every once in a while. It does that. I don't know why. There it is. Probably what, 60 miles? The eye wall. You can see the strong outer bands already impacting Port Arthur. So I was kind of surprised at the big modification in storm surge inundation in the Port Arthur, Beaumont area, which is good. Don't get me wrong. You're looking at the storm right now, and those outer bands are actually right over the Port Arthur, Beaumont area. They're very strong. Probably seeing high winds in that area. And you can just tell by looking at the motion of the outer bands that it's pushing water that direction. At least you would think, by looking at the position of the storm with respect to the coastline and its forward motion and counterclockwise motion. There's so many variables involved. But I would think water would naturally go that way. All right. Let's go back and refresh Windy. See what's up. Maybe we got some radar here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll go to Windy here for a while. What's up with the radar? Come on, guys. No radar, and we've got a tropical storm bearing down. Okay, I guess we don't have radar. There we go. A little bit of lightning embedded in the storm. In fact, quite a bit at times. See the lightning there? That's a NOAA satellite view of the storm a few hours ago. As it's making its approach, what I'm trying to do, guys, is reset this radar. There we go. I think we got it back up now. I think. Okay, I'm trying to fix the radar. Just bear with me. That is beautiful lightning, though. It's an awesome view. The storm itself, I mean, I'm not thrilled about that based off what it's going to do, but that view is unreal. I still cannot get the radar up. What is going on with this radar? That is so weird. Huh. Maybe it's on here. Let me check something else. Nope. No radar. At least at the moment. But we're going to keep checking back. For some reason, the radar's glitching. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not overloaded. Probably, actually, what's happening. I'm going to find a local radar once we get a little bit closer. And we're going to zero in as close as I can on that eye. And just see when it does make landfall. I mean, we are probably under, I would say under 90 minutes. Hopefully everybody's out of that area. Don't see a whole lot of traffic on the I-10 bridge right now. This is a camera in not St. Charles, Lake Charles. Wow, it's really starting to teeter now. So you can see the winds are starting to show up in Lake Charles. Let's see here. And Lake Charles is right at the edge of that first row of a very strong to moderate outer bands right there. The strongest ones are already over Beaumont. Not the strongest, but some stronger ones. You got the red and orange over here, dark orange. Got some black starting to get close. The black and white, that's very tall. That's a big, tall section of that eye wall. But it's getting very close. The winds are starting to close in on Lake Charles. As we can see by the movement of this camera, looking over the I-10 bridge, we're looking to the west. Be interesting to see how long the power stays on. There goes a truck. 2 trucks. Those look like tall delivery trucks. Those are big wind canopies. Are you guys crazy? What are you doing? Unreal. I mean, it's literally 9 p.m. and you can see this thing is swaying back and forth in the wind, and you're driving a tractor trailer across a body of water over a bridge. And there's a CAT4 hurricane outer bands literally on the other side of the bridge. Unbelievable. It'll be interesting to see how long the power stays on. We got a good view of the other side. That would be the west side of the lake. Wow. Yeah, the winds are steadily getting stronger and stronger. There goes another big rig. Wow, that must be some calculated risk, and that must be an important delivery to risk get blown off of a bridge as a CAT4 hurricane is bearing down. There comes more. I just find that it's inconceivable. Wow. And even doing something like that, you would be putting first responders at risk if something were to happen. You driving a semi across the bridge as a hurricane is bearing down on you. There goes another one. I think. It's hard to tell. But the traffic has slowed down considerably. Earlier, there was a small fleet of large buses moving rather quickly. Look at that camera swaying back and forth. Coming this direction towards the camera, that would be to the east. They were heading out, getting people evacuated, which was good. Yeah, tornadoes could be widespread all through multiple states over the next 2.5 days. Actually, yeah, about 2.5 solid. I can look for tornadoes, but it's a little early yet. I can't detect them offshore. So once this thing gets onshore with a big presence of outer bands and things like that, we'll look for tornadoes. I've got a really decent app that we can check for that. Yeah, those have to be some kind of supply trucks. If they're willing to take that kind of like I said, it must be a calculated risk. They got to know what's coming. So, but Lake Charles, where we're looking at, is right there where my cursor's at. So those winds are starting to get stronger there. I think it'd be a good idea to be driving around in a tractor trailer in these types of conditions, especially with that camera bouncing around the way it is. You know it's windy. Absolutely major hurricane in your back door as you're driving across a bridge. Wow. 9:01 officially in Lake Charles. Let's check some other sites. Back over here at Windy. Let's go to... Gotta get our radar back up. Come on, guys. Let's see. Composite radar. That is definitely not composite radar. Okay, I guess we don't have radar just yet. We're going to find radar, though. Trust me. We're going to find radar. But what I wanted to do was go back to the National Hurricane Center, looking for updates. They'll start updating soon. I think they'll have a new advisory probably within the hour. And we'll know if this thing has increased or maintained the same. I would say based off of looking at the satellite presentation, it's at least maintained the Category 4 quite easily. It's just a question of, did it go up to Category 5? And this usually updates in unison with the National Hurricane Center. That's why I keep a close eye on this one here. This is the CIMSS. It's also very good. Yeah. I've used this for a long time. And boy, it's getting so close. So if it's going to increase, it's probably got about an hour and 20 minutes, I would say, before the eye wall starts interacting with land. But that land is getting so saturated right now that it's not going to recognize that it's even over land for a while. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if it didn't increase right at the coast. I could see that happening. Absolutely. Because the coast is right now is getting inundated with water. That storm surge is occurring. It's actually occurring right now to some degree. Not the full, like 9 foot plus that they're predicting. In some areas, over 9 to clear up to possibly 20. Not everywhere, of course, but some areas could see in the neighborhood of 15, maybe 20. That would be upon approach of this very strong eye wall. And that is a well-formed eye. Let's look at the intensity here. In which, again, you take the average. You got 929, and these are 3 different models. 929, 932, and 943. So we have a wingspan of 14. Split the difference. We'll go with 937. So if, in fact, it is 937, it's probably still a Category 4. But that's not an update. That's probably an hour and a half old, maybe. So we'll have to see what the new update is. And the brighter colors you see on here, on this particular enhancement, the brighter the colors, the stronger it is. This is a infrared water vapor difference. But those very tall tops represent strength. Visible probably is not visible much longer. There's the last look at the eye wall before it's headed in towards the coast. Strongest storm on Earth. Easily. This is an infrared BD enhancement. That's one of my favorites I've liked to use for many, many years. But I don't see any new updates as of yet. Storm surge inundation. Look and see. Still the same. Yep, hasn't changed. And you know, that took a while to and some thought, to figure all this out. And this is based off of, water movement, air movement, storm movement, high winds. That's a lot of thought went into that. That's some very deep water in places greater than 9 feet. So that would inundate a single-story home. Most of the ceilings inside single-story homes are 8 feet tall. So if in fact it does reach 9 feet plus in some areas, then it's going to completely fill up the inside of homes. And this area here is one of the many areas looking to see potentially, nothing guaranteed, but potentially 9 feet plus. Unreal. Let's just go in this area. Let's say, for instance, right here. Let's just take a look around. So you got single-story home, single-story, the building over there. All of these are single-story dwellings that could potentially be underwater soon. Those there are right on the water. And they're beautiful. It's a beautiful setting. I mean, that's a dream spot right there. Can you imagine pulling your boat up in there and parking your boat, going inside for dinner? I mean, that's very nice. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But like that truck that went across the I-10 bridge, it's a calculated risk when you live along any shoreline, anywhere in the world. It's a calculated risk because that water can be your best friend and the most beautiful thing you've ever seen at sunrise and sunset. But wow, can it, be influenced by like hurricanes and flooding. Just strong thunderstorms can cause some of these big lakes, especially like Lake Pontchartrain, to flood. Then that water gets into your home. But every home and everybody that has a home along the coast, especially ocean coast that are near like fault zones, tsunamis, that's a calculated risk you take when you get one of those beautiful homes. And the chances of it happening are minimal. Something like this is like a once in a generation event. This is never happened as far as I know, one of this strength. Have there been hurricanes in here before? Absolutely, yeah. But they've all been different. There's never been one this strong. And they've recovered from them, and now we've got another one coming, Some people have probably seen that have been here, especially since 2005. They've seen Rita, Ike, and now Laura. But I think Laura is going to be the stronger, based off of what we're seeing right now, going to definitely be the stronger of the three. But guys, it is getting super, super close to that coastline. Wow. I mean, it's essentially there. We're just waiting on the core to make landfall. Wow. Yeah, it has arrived. No doubt about it. And there are still vehicles going across that I-10 bridge. Wow, I am really amazed. Yeah, it's arrived, guys. It's coming in for a landing right now. It has arrived. The eye wall, if I had to take a guess, let's just say I'll take a guess. I'd say it's still at a Category 4. I don't think it's gone up to a Category 5, and I really, at this point, based off of what we're seeing here, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Will it have some exceptional wind gusts here and there? Absolutely. There'll be a lot of those. There's going to be tornadoes up through Louisiana. Not only tonight, that's the There's never a good thing about a major hurricane making landfall that I know of. There's not really too much good about it. But what makes the situation even worse is when it happens overnight when we're prone to sleep. So now hopefully everybody's evacuated out of there. But it's hard to sleep, if you're hunkered down in a gymnasium. Not only that, we're in the middle of a pandemic, so we have to keep social distancing in mind, wearing masks because you're going to be around other people. I mean, this situation it's tough especially the people that are in the path of this thing. I mean, they're going through a lot. Everybody's been going through a lot globally, trying to deal with the pandemic and be safe. We always talk about that. Be safe out there. And now we're dealing with a major hurricane making landfall. Unbelievable. There it is. Yep, it's coming in for a landing, guys. No doubt about it. It is arriving. It's like a big ship coming in for a landing. Thank you, Midnight Light Company. Can you speak about, I'm just looking at a question here. I know there's been several. I'm just trying to get a few that my moderator very kindly helps me out with. Can you speak about the storm surge? No, they weren't told to evacuate soon enough and people are stuck. Oh my goodness. There will be 20 plus feet of water pushed in up to 50 miles. I will definitely talk about that, Midnight Light Company. Oh, wow. Thank you, Moonbeam043. I appreciate it. This is something I've done for years. I've followed hurricanes extremely close since back in 2004. I've been at it for a while. It's something I like to do. I mean, I like to try to forecast them myself. I've learned that, especially with today's technology, I learned back in the old school days, when it was kind of old school, but nowadays there's a lot of high tech. That's why I say we've come a long way in a very short period of time. We really have. But Midnight Light Company said that there's still people here in this area. Oh, Lord. Well, I want you to understand something about the storm surge, and I want to offer some clarity if I can, even though that's not a good situation. Just hearing somebody's in here in this area with a CAT4 just minutes away from making landfall. No, I certainly don't like hearing that at all. But here's what we're working with. If you are there won't be 20 feet of water pushed 50 miles inland, okay? That's more than likely not going to be the case. There will be places of 20-foot water, but the majority of the red that you see here, which still is not good, is going to be in the 9-foot range. There's going to be areas of 13, 15, 18, 20. Who knows? There might be a place of 21. You know what I mean? But the majority is going to be 9 foot, which is not good. But listen, if there's anybody here that can hear me that's in this red area, look, oh man, I know sometimes circumstances don't permit and you're going to ride the storm out. I know, I rode out Hurricane Charlie. I get it, but it was a calculated risk. This here is going to be tough to beat if you're in that red area. Here's what you need to do, because it's not here yet. It's not completely on land, but it's going to bring potentially 9 feet of water in your area. 9 foot. The red, that's minimum. You're going to have cars floating around. I don't know if you realize that or not. There's going to be cars floating down the road. Oh, boy. Grab a life jacket. That's a life jacket and a tool. A pry bar, something strong that you can use to get yourself out of a jam. You need to think like that if you're in this area. You need to be in survival mode because you're about to get flooded with a lot of water. Unfortunately, that storm is not going away. I don't think it's going to get any stronger, but it's not going away. Holy cow. Get a life jacket. Be prepared to go up in the attic, potentially. Holy cow. That's a lot of water, guys. And that's a no-win situation. Water always wins. That's a no-win situation. Cameron, this area right here. Hopefully, everybody's out of this area. That's going to be heavily flooded. It's probably already getting flooded. That area right there. That's 100%. That's going to happen. It's probably already starting to happen for sure. Cameron along the coast. And I notice there's a Cameron up here too on the Texas border. So you guys need to be ready to head for whatever higher ground you can find because there's definitely going to be a large amount of water in your area very, very soon. Look at the attic. I was hoping everybody was gone. I really and truly was. I was hoping everybody was gone. Based off of that and that, looking at that thing. It's one of the strongest hurricanes to make landfall in this part of the Gulf of Mexico in recorded history. That's a no-win situation right there, guys. Godspeed to everybody that's there. Get life jackets, get anything that can float, keep it around you. Stay up all night. Don't go to sleep. Do not go to sleep. Get a life jacket. Get a tool. Get some sort of a tool in case you get stuck somewhere. I'm just saying the chances are better than not that could happen. You just can't win in 9 feet of moving water. It can move cars and trucks. It can easily move a person. So if you're in that area, you need to look for high ground of some sort. At least have a plan. Because I know the water, especially here at Cameron's, already coming up. Doesn't take a genius to figure that out. By looking at that map, Cameron's right there. And that's just off the coast right there. The water's rising because we know that hurricanes push down. And that water is going to move when these things push down. Tornadoes pull up. Tornadoes are like a vacuum. Cyclones and hurricanes are like a fire hose. They push water down and it's going to move. It's going to move fast. So water's already on the move right there. So you need to have a plan if you're there. That's all. You're not going to outmuscle that water, but maybe you can outsmart it if you can just get out of the way if it's possible. See, the camera's already starting to bounce even stronger here at Lake Charles. And it hasn't officially made landfall yet, but that's the outer bands. Saw an outer band that was 200 miles, actually a little over 200 miles away from Key West, Florida, when this was still a tropical storm off the coast of Cuba. 200 mile away, 230 miles I think it was, outer band went through the Keys, Key West, with a 69 mile an hour wind gust. And that thing was just a mere unorganized tropical storm that graduated into that. Talk about an overachiever. But if you guys are in this area, I didn't think anybody would be. Oh boy. Lake Charles. And you can see that Lake Charles. So I've never been to this area. I've been to Louisiana. I've been over in the New Orleans area. I've been over right here. Went to Slidell once. And went to Mississippi. Where did I go in Mississippi? I think up in here. Not too far from where the twin tornadoes were a few months ago. Up in that area. But I've never been in southern Louisiana. Looks like Lake Charles has a sizable population. Looks beautiful there. I mean, it really does, but there's a lot of water coming that way. Coming up the Prion Lake. What's this river here? That's Moss Lake. There's several lakes. It's a swampland. That's Mud Lake. Callisu Lake. And then Lake Charles. A lot of people up here. And I would have thought everybody, you know, if you had a place to go, I understand, though. I mean, I really do. Not everybody can evacuate. Just have some sort of flotation device with you. You live near a lake, you've got to have life jackets. If not, grab a couch cushion. Double them up. Make some sort of a flotation device out of something. Yeah, there could potentially be at least 9 foot of water. I guess 9 foot of water, potentially 20 in some of these areas here. So, holy cow. Let's refresh. I'm trying to find that radar. We need our radar back. That's still a well-defined storm that I would think certainly has not weakened, but I don't think it's going to be a Category 5. It could, but I don't think so. But it might. It's been an overachiever all along. Wouldn't surprise me. But I would say that it's certainly still a Category 4. In fact, let's look at... There's what the lake is supposed to do at Lake Charles. That would be a new all-time record that was set back 107 years ago. All of that red. That's 9 foot plus storm surge. Above normally dry ground. Right there. So if you guys are in the Lake Charles area, which I don't know what to say. I can't believe anybody's still there. I mean, I do understand that sometimes people just can't evacuate. There are circumstances that prevent that. I do. I understand. Make sure you have a flotation device. And I mean that in all sincerity. This is more than likely going to happen. To some degree. Is it going to be exactly like we see here? Well, no, it's a forecast. It's probably not going to be exactly like this over here has already changed. The Beaumont area was surrounded with red and some orange. And now you can see blue headed down towards, what is that, the Galveston area? Which they had forecasted all along, I think, possibly 2 to 4 feet of storm surge in the Galveston area. And you can see that has since retreated. And now it's moving more towards this side over here. Not much. I mean, you're talking, what, greater than 1 foot above normally dry ground. That's blue. Yellow is greater than 3 feet. Orange greater than 6. Red greater than 9 feet. Almost as tall as a basketball rim. A basketball rim is 10 foot tall. The rim from the floor to the rim is 10 feet. 9 feet would be just a foot below it. So that's what all of this red indicates. 9 feet or greater in the red area. I think that's probably record storm surge going over 50 miles. That would be north of Lake Charles. Not the entire area, but that body of water right there could swell up in areas to 9 to potentially 20 feet just in that area. Not in Arcadia. Arcadia will see some high winds and heavy rain, of course, but they're just on the edge of that storm surge. So is Jefferson Davis, right on the edge. Yeah, that's unbelievable. But it's coming in, guys. It is right on the doorstep. No new updates yet. Still showing a CAT4 at landfall. Let's see if we can get a new intensity. Nope, still the same. 929, 43, 32. Average at 37, so it's still the same. Yeah, it's coming in. What do you think? Still looks like a CAT4, right? The reason I say that, it doesn't have the full presence. Over here it's missing a wing because it's over land a little bit. That is interacting with land. The eye wall is not going to be as affected as much, but you see this outflow back here, you don't have it up here. So that absence of outflow on that western quadrant, to me, indicates that it is not a CAT5. A CAT5 would have that full presence. And it's trust me, it's got a phenomenal satellite presence. I mean, that's a big storm, but I don't think it's getting any bigger. And see the red lines here? That's wind shear. And the very fact that it's still maintaining this very strong presence as a CAT4 in that wind shear, that too is very impressive. That's wind shear. And normally storms do not do well in wind shear. It's going to come out of the wind shear when it gets over land, at least temporarily. But there is a batch of wind shear right now that it's currently in that's probably going to keep it from becoming a CAT5. Yep, I would say so. That's why that side is not completely formed over here. So that will probably keep it at a CAT4. Just based off of that alone, that's why I would say that. But you never know. I mean, we saw Michael do the same thing in 2018. There's the two new storms that just popped up just a few hours ago. But those generally are not problematic. They just kind of hang around out there. And sometimes they drift over towards Hawaii, but the trade winds and the cooler waters. Look at the camera. Oh my, here we go. Yeah, it's starting to move more and more. Yep, it's coming in. 9:29 in Lake Charles. Almost 9:30 on the dot. Power's still on, but you can tell the wind is picking up. This camera is starting to move a lot more. Just wondering if we'll be able to tell. We might be able to see water rise. I don't know. But that camera is moving around considerably more. Let me refresh this page because it's getting closer. It's almost there, guys. So storm surge is beginning. If you're in that area, find some sort of a life jacket and a tool. I can't emphasize that enough. Get some sort of a tool. And the reason I say that is because of Hurricane Katrina. People used hand tools to get out the roof of their house. And they had storm surge of, I think, 8, 9 feet, 10 feet in some places. Because they had to go up into the attic. That's why I say that. And those tools saved their life. So something to consider if you're in that area. Yep. Make sure you have a life jacket at the very least. If not, find something you can make a flotation device out of. There's got to be plenty of that stuff in that area. You're surrounded by lakes and water. And there's about to be more water in that area. Let's see if we have radar. Is the radar back? Maybe. Oh, yeah. Hey, I knew they'd get it back up. All right. There it is. About 50 miles out, guys. A big eye wall. Here it comes. I don't know. Looking at this presentation, that's stronger. That red indicates strength. That's why I wanted to use this one. See that red? I don't know. It's going to be close. Just the very presence of that tells you that the central low pressure has gotten lower because that's taller. That's all. It's not rocket science. That means the central low pressure is lower. Cloud tops are taller. And the wind is more than likely windier. Maybe. No guarantee, but it's a good chance, I guess. I don't know. I still think it's going to stay a CAT4, but maybe not. Maybe not. But it's almost there. We're talking probably within the hour. That eye wall is going to be touching the coast. Oh, yeah, it's very close. That outer band right there is extremely strong. There's water coming in right now. Just based off of what we're seeing there, those are some very strong outer bands. Boy, that is one big storm. And it's going to have a big impact all the way through Texas and Louisiana, all the way through Arkansas, over into Tennessee, the boot heel of Missouri, Kentucky, southern Ohio, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. Incredible. Yeah, that red, that's why I wanted this radar up. This is one of my favorites. I'm glad to see it come back up because it's got a lot of detail, and that red is definitely very telling of a storm that is strong. You don't see as much red right here. You see some. Kind of goes away, and then it comes back right there and over here. So it's just a little indication that it may have strengthened a little, not necessarily a whole lot. It's already very strong. Strongest storm on Earth right there. Should be getting an update here, guys, within the next 15 minutes. National Hurricane Center will update the track is not going to change. We can see where that's going to make landfall. But we'll get an update more than likely on the strength and the central low pressure. Yeah, right now it's still Category 4. It has not updated yet, but that update will be very soon. That's still got a very impressive satellite presence. It really does. That's loaded. I mean loaded with moisture too. There it comes. CAT4 in for the landing, and as you can see, after making landfall, remaining a Category 4 for probably an hour. Yeah, if you're in southern Louisiana, if anybody is in southern Louisiana and there's still communication, which there probably is, Get something that can offer flotation, like a flotation device. A life jacket would be a great start. And a tool, some sort of a tool. Yeah, that storm is definitely one for the record books. We'll have an update here very soon, guys. And we'll know exactly what this thing is doing. I think this is going to stay the same. The storm surge inundation, it looks like that's probably not going to change. I would say that that's already in progress. I'm very surprised that Beaumont and Port Arthur, maybe it's the angle of the storm. It's not going to push it up. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I was glad to see that, though. I really was. That's great. Because there was a lot of water on that map initially in that area. That's awesome that it took a turn to the other direction, but it's got to go somewhere else. But thank you, Kalina Angel. Looking at some of the messages. You're welcome. You be safe out there. JST MEKNZ 87. You should set up a chat forum so we could all chat when this stuff goes down. It's nice to find like-minded people. So lonely, everyone sleeps. I'm the only one up. Well, I'm glad you're hanging out with us. That's a good idea. I'll think about that. Joshua Giles, looking through some of the messages as this thing is coming in for a landing. It looks like it's going to come in as a CAT4. Either way, it's going to be a major hurricane. Joshua Giles, how do conditions look for more hurricanes to form this season? I remember them saying this could be a record season. Yeah, it's going to be a record season, Joshua. There will be more, absolutely. And like we talked about before the hurricane season even started, it only takes one major hurricane, to have a situation like this. Nobody wants to see this, but we thought based off of the La Nina, the sea surface temperatures being the waters are very warm. They feel like lukewarm soup. It's kind of weird. So yeah, there'll be more. And yes, I've already looked at the future models, looked at all of them, and I've already looked 10 days down the road. I don't see anything today implying that there's going to be any type of, at least in the Atlantic Basin. There's two that are forming over in the Pacific right now. Those typically are not problematic. Will there be a forecast change between now and, say, next week in the Atlantic Basin? Absolutely. But right now, that is no. Nothing coming off of the west coast of Africa, nothing forming in the southern Caribbean, nothing forming in the southern Gulf of Mexico. I did look. In fact, that's one thing I did watching this storm here. I didn't get too caught up in monitoring this storm without looking at the west coast of Africa for another one coming in behind it. And right now, no, there's not. No waves, no anything. But that will change, you bet. We're going to check power outages here soon. Jacqueline Alvarez, you're a computer genius. Is there any way you can find out about power outages? Absolutely. We'll do that right now. And thank you for the compliment. That's very kind. All right. In fact, let's look now. We're going to go check the camera real quick. Wow, look at that bouncing. All right. We're going to go over to the website. This is my website. There's the power outages map. Okay, we've got a few in Texas and a few starting in Louisiana. More than likely, they're along the coast. Here we're looking at Texas right now. And that is in Henderson County. There's 4,700 customers. That's what that implies, is customers. Statewide, there's 8,800 customers without electricity right now. And that is up in this area here, surprising enough. I thought it would certainly be along the coast. Louisiana, north central Louisiana, actually west central Louisiana, not far from where the power outages were in Texas. That's surprising. So that tells you the strength of these outer bands that are coming in right here. Actually, right here. Those outer bands right there created power outages right up in here. So can you imagine what this is about to do? Those power outages are from this right here. That's the same type of outer band that went through Key West, Florida. That went through there clipping at 70 miles, 69 miles per hour. So that right there is what took the power out. That would be my guess. Boy, this thing is getting close. It just updated. Did you see that big lunge forward? Look. Oh, wow, right there. It's getting close, guys. It is almost there. Going back to this camera. I'm watching this for multiple reasons. Obviously, out of the storm, but power outages. Look at that car. Where could you possibly be going? Hopefully, you're getting out of there. Wow. It's 9:42 p.m. Lake Charles. Here comes a vehicle. This is heading... This would be heading east. Either way, I hope they're heading out. You know, I wonder how much longer this camera can last. I don't know if that's the camera mount moving or what it's mounted to is moving. Look at that thing. Be interesting to see how long the power stays on. We're already starting to see power outages. That would be in the central part of the state, and that was from that strong outer band, and that was not even close to the core. No, up in here. Oh, that is very, very close. Yeah, it's almost there, guys. Holy cow. Yep, it's coming in. Like I said, I don't think it's weakened any. I don't know. I don't think it's got to CAT4. I just simply because of the wind shear. I'll go back to that area. I'll show you what I'm talking about in case you just hopped in. The wind shear is directly above the storm. And these storms do not... Well, this one's exceptionally strong, so I could probably fight off a little bit of wind shear. But look what happened to Marco. Marco was very strong, though. It didn't stand a chance against moderate wind shear. And that's what this is. This is moderate. It's kind of fighting it off right now, to be honest. It isn't even phasing it. The red lines are wind shear. So it is in a little bit of wind shear. Fighting it off. In fact, it's acting like it's not even there. And it's a very high-end hurricane when it can just deflect wind shear. Normally, wind shear gives them a pretty good fight. Not in that case. According to windy.com, Cameron is right in the center of that landfall, including later on down the line, maybe 45 minutes, Lake Charles, right in the center cone. Unreal. Very strong wind gusts. And again, guys, the brown ocean effect. This storm is not going to stop when it makes landfall for multiple reasons. It's too strong. The conditions in that area are very favorable, even inland for a while, for for them to maintain, the hurricane status. Look at that camera. Hopefully the power won't go out, but I would be very surprised if these lights stay on, especially looking at that map that we just looked at, the storm center heading right towards that area, Lake Charles. That's where we're looking at right now. There went another truck. Are you serious? Where are they going? There's a Category 4 hurricane in your backyard. Literally. Hopefully, let's just think positive. They are getting out of proverbial Dodge. They're getting out of there where it's safe. It's not going to be safe there here in just a couple of hours. That water that we're looking at, it's very difficult to see, but obviously there's water under the bridge. That's why the bridge is there. It's got to be rising. Has to be rising. The force coming in associated with remember, cyclones, hurricanes push down. Typhoons, they push down. That's why the water moves so much. That's why we have waves when there's big storms. The waves stir up not only because of the wind, but when there's a central low pressure like this that's organized into a typhoon or a hurricane, any type of a tropical cyclone, that energy pushes down. So that water is coming in. It's being pushed in right now as we watch this land make a landfall. Water is on the move, coming down vertically from the sky, and it's moving horizontally, laterally across the ground. It's collecting from the sky and from the Gulf of Mexico in southern Louisiana and parts of southeastern Texas. Going to go back to power outages real quick. Uh, 87, that's customers in Texas. 5,000 customers in Louisiana. 2,000 in Arkansas. I'm curious of where they are in Arkansas. East Central and part of West Central. So, again, I would say probably an outer band just did that. The outages we see in California, which are 13,000, which is a lot. I mean, one is too many in today's world. I think those are associated with the extreme wildfires that are burning pretty much in every state in the western United States. And we have the strongest hurricane on Earth now in the Gulf of Mexico. So quite a bit going on at the same time. It's been like that all year. Here's another look at the CMI, or CIM. SS, let's animate. Check the intensity. It's changed a little, but I think they balanced each other out. ADT showing 928 now. The AMSU is still at 943. But the SATCON's at 939, so I think that still gives us a 937. So, if that is in fact an update, I think it is. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's still at 937. Wind shear is still the same, so it may not have been an update, official update. We'll check and see. Look for the power outages to exponentially increase probably in less than an hour. We'll see Texas probably go quickly into the red color, which would imply 100,000 plus customers without power. Either the orange or the red, I would say pretty quick. Louisiana, same thing. Anything yellow is between 10 and 50,000 customers. And again, those are customers, not people. You figure each household has anywhere from 2 to 4 people. So double or triple that number. So if you have 100,000 outages, that's more than likely on average affecting 300,000 people. Jay Roach had a good question here, and thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. What is the diff between a male and female storm? I will say this. I don't know, to be quite honest with you. I don't know how they arrive at the names. I do know they use a list of like five lists of the same names, and they rotate them. And then when a storm gets retired, like Michael was retired in 2018, there won't be any other hurricanes, at least in our generation, ever named Michael. And they just replaced it with another M name. But one thing I've noticed, it's the storms that end in the letter A. At least here recently. Think about it. Even going back to when was Wilma? Wilma was a while back, but it ended in an A. Rita, 2005, ended in an A. Katrina, 2000. When was Katrina? 2005, ended in an A. Irma, 2017, ended in an A. Maria, 2017, ended in an A. Laura, 2020, ended in an A. And I'm sure there were others. Those are just the ones that I took off the top of my head. But it's something about those A-ending storms, and every time I look at the list for the new season, I always look at the ones that end in an A. I look for them. I look for them. All right, I'm just looking at some more. Subatomic particles. Why are they saying it's a... I don't know. I really don't. I mean, the situation, if you look... Let's look at the power outages. 87 and 50. That's going to change probably rather quickly. Here, I want to look at the radar. Go back to the radar. Oh, wow, that's getting very close. Yeah, I would say that they use that language to maybe try to get people motivated to get out of there, because it's going to be tough for first responders, given the situation, to go in and rescue people under these types of circumstances. So they would probably rather see everybody evacuate, so first responders aren't in harm's way after the storm, because it's going to be tough for the linemen to get in here and repair the poles as long as there's 9 feet of water, and they're not going to be able to get in there. It's going to be hard to rescue somebody that is stuck in 9 feet of water under even daylight conditions. It would be tough. So I think that's why. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not. That's probably unsurvivable. In the middle of the night, 9 feet of water come up on you, even if you're awake and prepared for it, it would be pretty tough. Those are some very tough conditions. In the middle of the night, 9 feet of water overwhelm your neighborhood. That would be very, very tough. Compound that with pouring down rain and even 100-mile-an-hour winds. That would be a tough situation. So, but I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. I'm just taking an educated guess based off of years in the past. They're talking about first responders can't get in to rescue people because it puts them in harm's way. Then you have multiple people needing rescued because they get injured trying to rescue somebody, So if we can get everybody cleared out, and when the water retreats, then we can go back and sort things out. But you can replace stuff. You are unique, and there's no other one like you. So take care of yourself and get out of Dodge. All right, let's go back to the power outages. I know we're going to refresh this, and there's going to be orange and yellow everywhere. Go back to the camera. Oh, wow. Look at that. You can see the wind gusts are really starting to pick up. And these are just the outer bands. Hasn't even really kicked in yet. And it is almost 10 p.m. local time in Louisiana. I mean, this storm is very, very close. It's almost there. It is almost there. I will be curious to see what the forward speed is on this thing. Absolutely. Okay, there it just refreshed. That's what I was waiting on. Here we go. Yeah, this thing's coming in like a big bowling ball. Ooh, I don't know. Wow. You know what, guys? I'd say it's a 50-50 chance. It may be up to 155 sustained. It may still be at 150. I think we might see a small difference, but yeah, what's 5 mile an hour going to mean in a 150 mile an hour storm? I don't think that would even be noticeable, really. Now, if it got up to CAT4, that would be over 157. That would more than likely be, that would be significantly noticeable, yes. But I don't think it did. I really don't. I would be surprised if it did. Not much, but a little. Doesn't look like there's any changes here. You can usually find them here if there are changes in the forecast. That's still a very well-defined storm. That eye wall means business. It really does. That is a very strong storm. So if there's anybody here, oh boy, be ready. All right? Have a flotation device handy and a tool. I can't emphasize that enough. I don't know why Katrina keeps going through my mind. People having to get up in their attics, and then they had to go through the roof. Hopefully it won't come to that, but if there's people there and there's 9 feet of water there, common sense is going to tell you it's going to have to be the case. There's no other way about it. You're going to have to go up into the attic. That's what happened in Katrina. Wow, I wonder if the camera, I wonder if that's on some sort of it's got to be on a tower or a pole. I bet that camera's mounted to like a tower. Be interesting to see if it makes it through this storm. The eyeball's headed right that direction, and once this wind really starts kicking in, it's going to stay at a high level for an extended period of time because the eyeball is going to come right past here, and it's going to take a couple of hours for the eyeball to even reach Lake Charles, and then it's got to get past. This is going to go on for hours in the Lake Charles area. It is really starting to go. It is almost there. And keep in mind, this thing is not going to wind down real quick after it makes landfall, because it's pushing water in front of it now. It's keeping that water that it needs to maintain its hurricane status. It's pushing it right now, right into the coast. So it's going to seem like it's still over water. That's called the brown ocean effect. Yep. There's a lot of water on the move right now. So I would say oh wow, that's probably 40 miles offshore the eye wall. The camera's really starting to rock. We need to check power outages. It's going to start getting busy here, guys. The landfall is right around the corner. More power outages in Louisiana. I've been about 500 added to the list. Let's check and see if there's an update. Yeah, this is the 10 p.m. Central update. So, yeah, no change, guys. It's still at 150. Still a CAT4. And it's still at 15 miles per hour forward speed. So, looks like that is going to be... Yeah, that's going to be what it is. It's going to be a CAT4 at landfall. That would be the last update prior to this thing making landfall. So, yeah, going to make landfall as CAT4. Still going to be a hurricane, see there? Well beyond the coastline. That's up there adjacent to Lake Charles. It's still going to be a hurricane. Unreal. But that's the official forecast right there. It's going to make landfall as a Category 4. Maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. And that's still a highly efficient, that is a well-organized hurricane that's going to create a lot of inland flooding, causing rivers and streams to rise up out of their banks. Still got the camera on them. I'm wondering how long it's going to hang in there. It'd be interesting to see if it makes it through the entire storm and if the power stays on up here. There's already power outages starting in central Louisiana. It'd be West Central. That was from one outer band. We've got another update here with the radar. This updates about every 2.5, 3 minutes. Whoa, it's almost there. That's a CAT4. It did not make it to CAT5, at least not yet. And I don't think it will. Unless they find something between now, and they'll measure it before it makes landfall. That's just what they did with Michael. They measured Michael right as it was making landfall. They're very good about getting that last measurement as it's making landfall. And they will. This one will be no different. They'll measure it. And it could be. But right now, it's officially still a CAT4. Which is unbelievable. Incredible. I don't think there's ever been one in this part of the Gulf of Mexico this strong. Ike and Rita were hurricane, Category 3 hurricanes. And this one obviously being a very strong, this is a high-end Category 4. Pretty close, but didn't quite make it to at least yet. Still over water. But it has not. I don't think it will to make it to CAT5. I've always felt that this thing had potential to be a CAT4, even when it was a tropical storm down by Cuba. I saw some things that just kind of added up to possibly a Category 4. So, yeah, it's about making landfall, guys. It is almost there. Let me refresh that one. I think that's a... Oh, here we go. Yep, there's nightfall. Go back to the radar. Oh, it's getting very, very close to the land. Close to that coastline. That water is on the move. So we've got 150 sustained at the core. The outer bands, there's just a wide variety of wind gusts, anywhere from, at this point, anywhere from 100, and we're seeing some that, are implying, 150, which is sustained at the core, but these outer flanks, there could be gusts easily of 170 here and there. That I don't think would be uncommon at all associated with a storm like this. This is a radar over at Windy. It's just another version of this, basically, I think. Yeah, it's coming in now, guys. Yeah, at this point, yeah, whether it's a Category 4 or Category 5, there's really not going to be that much difference, to be honest. It's a powerhouse. It's a high-end Category 4. You got to keep that in mind. It's not like it just got up to Category 4. No, this is a high-end Category 4. It's been a Category 4 for several hours. Now, this is a horse. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Sherry. I mean, Sherry McClelland had a good point, Look, this is a situation that's unfolding. It has stunning similarities with regard to inland flooding like that of Katrina. I mean, that's what happened in Katrina. Even though the circumstances that created the flooding are different, still going to end up with a large amount of water covering, a populated area. There's people there. So like she said, tell people to stock up on survival supplies in the attic. That's if you have to go there, which the situation is going to, you're going to have to go to the attic if you're going to get past 9-10 feet of water. Take water, food, flashlight, tools, and of course your phone and radio, that's good common sense. If you have time to do that, do it now. If you're looking around, look out your windows. If you start to see water coming up in your community, it's going to be tough if your power is out. So like she said, flashlight would be a great advantage. Flashlight, a tool, flotation device, and, water and food. If you have time to get all that together, you should hopefully have all that already done. I mean, there's a natural disaster unfolding in your backyard. That should have already been done, I would have thought. But yeah, that's a great point, If you couldn't evacuate the area, at least evacuate up. Go up into the attic, or if you live in a 2-story, I don't know that it'd be real safe during the high winds. But I think you'd have a better chance against the high winds than you would, 10, 20 feet of water. Just stay away from, glass windows. Try to be in an interior room with no glass. At times you're going to have to treat this like a tornado. It's very strong. And it's getting closer and closer. I'd say that's less than 40 miles off the coast. Let's check power outages real quick. Let's check the camera. Is it still on? Camera's still on. Power is still on in Lake Charles, which I would assume it would be for a while, but I mean, you never know. Those outer bands are very strong. They've already taken power out. Let's check. I'm going to refresh. 53 in Texas. Going up in Louisiana, 6,100 customers. There were 8,000 in Texas. Now we're down to 5,300, which is astonishing that they got power turned back on as this is unfolding. So I wonder if that was accurate. I don't think they could go out in winds above 35 mile an hour sustained. I don't think that's against basic protocol, I think. So that may not have been accurate. I don't know. But anyway, right now it's showing 5,300 customers without electricity in Texas and 6,100 customers without electricity in Louisiana. There's a big sway of that camera. I wonder if that's on some sort of a tower. It's really rocking right now. Look at that. And that water that we see in the foreground there is supposed to rise exponentially here over the next few hours. Now is a good time to also be on alert. I wonder where that car is going. I guess it's heading westbound. Maybe it's getting out of Dodge. Yeah, tornadoes will start to pick up. Yeah, this thing's coming in, guys. It's coming in hot. There it is. It is super, super close. Check the radar again. See, those outer bands are along the coast of southern Louisiana going over into Texas, and that's where the power outages are at right now. Right in that general area. I don't know how they got power turned back on, which I'm glad they did, but that's where the power outages were at. Right there at that outer band. Oh, it is almost there. That last little nudge, I would say, what, 30 miles maybe? Difficult to say. I would say 30, maybe 35 miles off the shore. Moving. It might be less than that. I don't know. Let's see if we can just get a guesstimate here on Google Earth. Let's go from here to here. Yeah, it might be about 25. Either way, it's very, very close. That eye wall is going to come right up here to Lake Charles. Go directly, at least for now, it looks like over Sulphur. This community here. So if you're in Sulphur, hopefully you're prepared for a lot of water. Mossville, West Lake, Lake Charles, Carlos. Just be ready, guys. Big storm is coming in. I'm sure you're already feeling some of these outer bands. In fact, there's almost a steady flow of outer bands in that area, in the vicinity of Lake Charles. And looking at this, oh, look at the camera go. Look at that thing bounce. Whoa. Wonder if it'll hold up. I mean, you're looking at minimum 100-mile-an-hour winds. Sustained. That's not counting the wind gusts it's probably going to encounter. I'll be surprised if it makes it through the storm. In fact, I'd be very impressed if it did. You'd want to build all cameras that are mounted like this, just like this one. Especially in a coastal area where there's the potential for hurricanes. That's if it makes it. And it's just getting cranked up good, so we'll see. Oh, wow, that's the most movement I've seen yet. And there goes a truck. What are you doing, dude? There goes another one. And another one. And another one. And here comes another one. The two are moving to the west. The one coming at us is headed towards the east. And it is exactly 10:15 p.m. in Lake Charles. Well, hopefully they're getting to safety or they're getting someone else to safety. I mean, it is definitely not a time to be out messing around. Look at that thing. It's almost there. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it is there. I mean, it's there now. I mean, they're feeling hurricane force in Port Arthur. They're feeling it in Beaumont right now. Look at that outer band. I mean, that's intense. And that's sustained. Those are some very high-end, sustained, very strong winds. There's no doubt about it. So that has to be pushing water of some degree. See that big shove right there into Port Arthur? That's that location right here. That's where it's pushing in at. So I would think that they're seeing a little bit of inundation there, but I don't know. I mean, especially here. Cameron, this area. I don't know. Hopefully everybody's out of there. Unbelievable. And that's classic brown ocean effect territory. I mean, that's swamplands, bayou. It's already wet. Look at all the water there. So it's pushing water, raining water. I mean, this thing is sweating water by the trillions of, look at that. So it's creating its own environment in front of it. It's not going to weaken when it makes landfall. I don't think it's possible. All things considered, there's no way. This is loaded with water, and it's got more water coming from the air and from the Gulf of Mexico. So just remember, this thing's going to make landfall and maintain hurricane status for probably a couple of hours. I would think, at minimum. Let's go back to the camera. Boy, she is rocking and rolling now. And here comes another vehicle. What are you people doing? Whoa. Now, if that bridge starts rocking and rolling side to side, you know we got more than a CAT4 on our hands. Here comes another vehicle. I hope you're getting out of Dodge, or you're getting somebody else out of Dodge. I can't believe we're seeing vehicles running around under these types of circumstances. Whoa. You need to be in a safe spot. And that's definitely not a safe spot on top of a bridge as a CAT4 hurricane's bearing down on you. It's got to be super important. I mean, it has to be totally priority to be on top of a bridge as a CAT4 is coming down on you. What is that thing? I don't know. It looks like some sort of maybe a truck. What I'm watching for, it's difficult to see the water here in the foreground, but we're looking at Lake Charles, and I'm waiting for multiple things. Obviously the storm, but will the camera hold up during the storm? It's tough to see the water, but there's obviously water there. There's a bridge. Here comes another car. Yeah, we're seeing how many people go across the bridge in the middle of a CAT4 hurricane, as an eye wall is literally miles away from you. And waiting on the power to see how long the power stays on. And it may make it. I don't know. That's another vehicle. Are you serious? I mean, this has to be high priority to be out driving around in a vehicle in the middle of a natural disaster. I mean, why aren't you in a safe spot? Wow. And not only are you out, but you're on a bridge. 100 feet in the air. What are you doing? I hope you're getting somebody to shelter, or you yourself are seeking shelter. All right, back to the radar. If my measurement was close, which I think it was pretty close, we're probably somewhere around 25 to 35 miles from the eye wall touching the coast. But conditions have already deteriorated 100-fold just in the last probably 30 minutes. One thing I was going to look for was this one. We're going to come back to the cam. I want to check the power outages real quick, because this area here is probably going to start experiencing power outages, I would say, in the Beaumont, Port Arthur area, probably pretty quick. From the looks of that wind, almost 8,000 now in Louisiana. And yes, that's right where the hurricane is getting very, very close to making landfall. So that aligns right there perfectly. That's where you would assume that the power would go out. Texas, I would think the Port Arthur, Beaumont area, that would be right down in here. And there's a lot of counties in Texas. Power's still on, so looking good. Back to the camera. Radar. Yeah, see, that's right where the power outages are in Louisiana, so that definitely makes sense. Uh-oh. Might have to switch cameras. Try it again. There it is. Okay, we got our camera back, I think. Still got to get it on. There we go. Are you people nuts? What are you doing? Look at that dude there. He's like out on a Sunday stroll. You realize you're on top of a 100-foot bridge in a CAT4 hurricane? What is wrong with you? Go to a safe spot. I mean, that was a car. That was a sedan. That was not like a emergency services vehicle. That was just a car. What, are they running down to the convenience store? They're not open. Everything's closed. What are you doing? Yeah, those outer bands are getting really close. At first there, I thought we lost the camera for a second. In fact, I'll be surprised if it makes it through based off of the track of that storm and how close the eye wall. Look at that thing! Whoa! That's a good camera. Better knock on wood. I mean, it's holding up under some pretty tough conditions. Starting to see rain now. Yep, you can see rain on this camera coming across sideways, right? See it? Hopefully the power will stay on, you know. I would really be surprised, though, if at least some of it didn't go out. But you can see the rain starting to come in now. See it? It sure is. It's coming in now. Yeah, it's getting up into hurricane now. Hang on, camera. Oh boy. Yeah, that's sideways rain. Starting to see some wind gusts. Looks like the power is hanging on. We're going to go check the power real quick. Now, I'll stay here for a second because this is getting... What is going on with this cat? What are you doing? Yeah, he put on the brakes because he can't see because of all the rain. Yeah. That's a tall vehicle right there. That vehicle is catching a lot of wind. And it's 100 feet off the ground right now on the top of that bridge, probably experiencing wind gusts of 50 or 60 mile an hour. I mean, that could easily blow that truck over. So then you got a situation on your hands where people are going to have to get out in the middle of the storm. Whoa. All I can say is that must have been a high priority to drive that big truck across that tall bridge in the midst of that. That's an outer band, but it looks like that's at least tropical storm force. That might be hurricane force, and if it is, then it's going to be there to stay. That's going to be steady for a while. Oh yeah, see, Lake Charles is right up here, so that's the outer edges of Laura. There's Laura right there, guys. There you go. There is Hurricane Laura, CAT4, entering Lake Charles. There you have it. So we'll see. You're looking at a hurricane right now. That's a hurricane. Hurricane force. That'd be my guess. Looks of that radar and the looks of that environment right there. That. Are you serious? What are you doing, dude? He's driving not only in a hurricane, but sideways rain. I'm telling you right now, that is tall priority. That is high priority business right there. If you got to get out and drive in the middle of a CAT4 hurricane across a 100-foot bridge, it is got to be highly important. Whoa. What is going on, dude? Why would you do that? Here you got a 15-foot tall truck. I understand if it's a emergency services type of a vehicle, but all that stuff should have been taken care of before this thing made landfall. Are you people crazy? Look at that thing. Yo. I mean, they just don't get much bigger than that. And keep in mind the brown ocean effect. That land is going to feel like water to that eye wall, so that eye wall is not going anywhere anytime soon. No, it's not. Whoa. All right, real quick, I'm going to check the power outages and then back to the camera. Yep, there's Louisiana in the yellow. I figured one would be Texas or Louisiana, so that's already up over 10,000, and that's customers in Louisiana, and just under 5,000 in Texas. Whoa! I mean, you feel like you're on a ship out at sea in the middle of a hurricane when you're watching this camera, seeing the rain go by sideways. You're teetering back and forth to the right and left. Now, if I see another car come across that bridge out for a stroll in the middle of this hurricane, I thought there were curfews in place. I guess there ain't nobody out to enforce the curfew. You know what I mean? There it is. There's Hurricane Laura entering Lake Charles, and this is just the beginning. This is going to go on for hours in Lake Charles. It is, according to this clock, there's a clock on this camera, 10:30 p.m. in Lake Charles. And conditions have deteriorated to I would say we're probably close to hurricane status. A tropical storm force, I would say pretty certain. Because Lake Charles is right at the edge of that orange and red. So that's pretty rough stuff. That's pretty rough. That's why the power is going out. Understandably so. That's a pretty symmetrical eye wall there. I don't know. I mean, it's still a CAT4, but that land is not affecting it whatsoever. There goes another car! Okay, that one's got flashing lights, so I'm going to assume that's some sort of an emergency services vehicle. But yeah, conditions are going to steadily go downhill here at Lake Charles, what we're looking at. Are you serious? What are you doing? Did you see the lightning? I think I just saw lightning on the camera. Whoa! What are you doing, dude? Does he realize there's a CAT4 hurricane in there? Right? Ooh, what was that? That looked like a transformer flash. Do you see that blue flash over there? Oh, here she comes. Are you nuts? What are you doing, dude? You should be in a shelter somewhere. It ain't no time to be out driving around. You can get yourself in a jam. And who's going to come help you? Because you're probably going to lose cell phone service here soon. What is wrong with you people? I mean, really? I'm just using simple common logic here. The last thing I'd want to do is be out driving around on top of a bridge. Are you crazy? Whoa! You better find you a safe spot and stay there. Man. Out driving around on top of a 100-foot bridge. Yeah. What CAT4 hurricane? Where? No, it's not here yet. Yeah, it's going to be. You need to find a shelter and stay put away from that area. That area is about to be inundated with a lot of water. And that's why I say the power, that's why I keep checking the power. Not only the winds and the tree branches that we're all familiar with, but something that's going to compound the situation here is the floodwater. I will say from experience, I was in Hurricane Charlie in 2004. The community I lived in had underground electricity service. A lot of my friends had above ground electricity service. So, that being said, during Hurricane Charlie, I didn't lose power. I lost power for maybe 4 minutes, and then it came right back on. We didn't flood. We had a lot of extensive wind damage from Hurricane Charlie, which knocked down branches that fell into power poles, power lines, and trees, took down the power. That took 2 to 4 weeks to get back on. Here, though, if this was built, just say within the last decade or so, more than likely the power, a lot of it is underground service, which is good in a high wind event, but in a flooding event where there's potentially 9 to 10 feet of water, 20 feet of water, it's going to be counterproductive, and the power will probably still go out because of the flood. So we may have lost this camera here. I'm going to check. Hang on. Try to refresh. I'm surprised that it's hung on this long. I really am. There it is. Hang in there, baby. Oh, yeah, there we go. What are you doing, dude? I mean, seriously, we've got a CAT4 hurricane right over here. What the heck? Here comes another one. Wow. I mean, you've got curfews issued by the governor. It doesn't get much more higher priority than that. So what are you doing? Is that an emergency services vehicle? I mean, it's difficult to tell because it's starting to rain. That looks like 2 cars. Man, you people are something else. Menacing Muskrat asked a question about this camera. Yeah, that is water. So doesn't it look like water pouring down the bridgeway? And it does indeed. You can see the shimmer. See that shimmer and shine on the roadway? Yeah, looks like water running down a trough. Absolutely does. 100% agree. Yep, I see it too. Trying to see if the water if the lake is rising, which I'm sure it is to some degree. It's just nearly impossible to tell from this angle. Obviously, watching the lights across the water, you know, they're still on. Look like they're all still on. I've been watching this camera for quite some time. But I never dreamt I'd see people out driving across a towering bridge. Here comes another one. Look, and he's in a high-profile vehicle. 2. That vehicle could blow over. A wind gust could blow that truck. Not only both, they could blow both of them over. Yeah, now you put on your blinkers because you get up there on top of that bridge and that wind speed increased by 10, didn't it? Yeah, it got a whole lot windier up here, Cletus. What do you expect? You're 100 feet in the air. It's windier up there, bro. You don't go driving a high-profile vehicle across a bridge in the middle of a CAT4. No. That should have been done a long time ago. It's probably blown over up there right now. If those lights stay up there at the pinnacle of that bridge, you know what happened. It got blown over. What are you people doing? Yeah, he slowed way down because I guarantee you it's windier up there. That's 100 feet up in the air. The wind's blowing stronger up there. It always is higher. The higher up you go, the windier it gets. You don't want to drive a semi across that bridge. I mean, it had to have been, like I said, highly important. Wow. Looks like he's sliding down the other side of the bridge right now. Don't see him over here. Here comes another one. I can't tell that. I don't know what that was. That might have been a bus. What the heck? It did. It kind of looked like a bus. Hey, you know, I guess better late than never. If they're evacuating people at 10:40, that's great. I think it'd be a little dangerous. I guess it's better than the water that's coming. Yeah, there's tremendous storm surge coming right here in this direction. So I'm really surprised to see this much activity, to be honest. That tells me that there are indeed still people here. And quite a few. Here goes another one. That's a car. That's a car. Are they aware of what's sitting just offshore, coming right this way? Unbelievable. No joke. I'm shocked to see a little car like that out running around in the middle of a monster hurricane. I am. I'm absolutely shocked. That's no joke. I really didn't expect to see anything. I was watching this camera, waiting on the arrival of the monster hurricane, and I was trying to see the water down here because that's one of the biggest things with this storm is inland storm surge, you know. What in the world? Wow. And then, of course, power. I mean, you know, we've been having a abundance of power outages just in the last month and a half between, which was just a tropical storm, Isaias or Isaias. I know, maybe they're both wrong. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. It's being pronounced Isaias by highly educated people. But I think it could go either way, Isaias or Isaias. Whatever, that took out millions of customers, took out their power. The derecho that went through Iowa, several 100,000. I think at one time between Iowa and Illinois, there was over, look at that camera, it's hanging on. Oh, we're hanging on by a thread, but it's getting the job done. Hang in there. But there was over 1 million customers with the derecho. There's probably been in total just this summer over 10 million customers, counting New Jersey, Philadelphia, Iowa, everywhere that's been experiencing power outages, weather-related power outages, and that's going to be compounded by this very storm right here that we're seeing. Look at that bridge shimmer. See that like shimmer on there? It looks like water running down the bridge. Yeah. Looks like a big gutter. Big gutter that's funneling water. It probably is. I mean, we are talking about a major hurricane. Let's check the satellite real quick. It's been refreshed. Here we go. Here it comes. Oh, Lord, it is getting close. That's a big one. Yes, sir. That is definitely a big one. Gonna check the power outages real quick, guys. $13,000, almost $14,000 in Louisiana. Over 5,000 now in Texas. Almost 2,000 in Arkansas. Here comes another vehicle. I mean, what is going on? That was yet another high-profile vehicle. Seriously, it's like a big wind canopy. Here, blow me over. You know, it's a good thing I'm not in charge. If I was in charge, there wouldn't be any of that stuff going on. That would have been done hours and hours ago. And you'd be in a safe place. That is just absolutely baffling. I mean, baffling. Look at that camera. Whoa, that's a strong gust. Hang in there. Whoa. And this really ain't nothing. It's just getting started. I'm sure that person in that truck felt the same way this camera feels. Had to have. Crazy, man. Yeah, I agree, Texahoma. 2020 has been, from the get-go, just and not just for it's been a highly strange year for everybody, and everybody will concur. It really has. Yeah, you can see the rain. Look at that, another one. What are you doing, dude? Holy cow. Now you can see the rain coming across there sideways. Oh, what are you guys doing? 10:46 p.m. Lake Charles, and this storm is bearing down. You're starting to see the meat and potatoes of the storm. Here it comes. Yeah, it's not going to be nothing nice. Starting to get kicked into high gear. I want to check another platform here real quick. I'm just looking for quick updates. Just in case. Let's go here. Let's go here. We'll go here. Refresh. Go here. See? Now they've got this thing at a Category 2 inland. That's near Lake Charles. That's what I'm talking about. That's that brown ocean effect. Look at that. They've got this thing at Category 2 all the way up into Arkansas. Is that crazy or what? That's that brown ocean effect. They know it. They know what they're doing. That storm is creating its own optimal environment. Spraying water all over the place so it feels like it's still out over water like it likes. Yeah, that's a new update right there. They just did that. Now, a CAT2 adjacent to Lake Charles. Here in about 3 hours. CAT4 at landfall and after landfall. CAT2 up into southern Arkansas. That is absolutely nuts. You've got a Category 2 hurricane headed towards Arkansas. So if you got any friends or if you went to Arkansas seeking shelter, which was a wise move, look at that there. That's a big banner right there that says, come and throw some wind at me. I'll catch it. You got to be half nuts to do something like that. You really and truly do. And I say that in all sincerity. That ain't bravery. You're just half nuts. See, hit them brakes up there at the peak of that bridge. I bet. Probably white knuckling that steering wheel all the way across that peak saying, what have I gotten myself into here? See, hit them brakes again. You betcha. You hit them again. Got that white knuckle going on, don't you, at the 10 and 2? What have I done, Bertha? Why am I up here? Yeah. And there goes 2 cars following him. Dang, man. And that bridge looks like a gutter full of water. Can't really tell, though. One thing I was watching when it was still light was this, I don't know what this stuff is. It's over here. It's in the water. And I was, this is a concrete embankment right here. This is floating in the water. And I was kind of like, okay, well, this, if it rises up to where it's equal with the concrete, that would be about an 8-foot rise. Just guessing from this perspective, it's kind of hard to tell, but I am kind of keeping my eye on that. Whatever that is, it's in the water. That is concrete. So there's something floating over there that we can kind of watch. What is this guy doing? Oh, there's 2. You know, all I can say is when I see that, I'm hoping, especially like the little cars. You know, I'm hoping that they just like, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm going to someplace safer. That's all. But by waiting to this late at night, you know, it's very risky. You know, maybe there was some reason they couldn't do it earlier. I don't know. I know all the businesses have been closed. I mean, even the gas stations are closed. Nobody is working unless you're in the emergency services industry. Unless that's where they were, but I don't think they would let you leave under these types of conditions, knowing what can happen. So the thing I'm just hoping that they're just getting out of proverbial Dodge, if you know what I mean. Radar. Yep, almost there, guys. That is a classic storm, for sure. Power outage. Louisiana at 15K. Texas 7K. Gonna have to watch Arkansas. Arkansas has a CAT4 coming their way. CAT4 in the central United States. That's classic 2020, right? Put that in your 2020 diary. We have a CAT4 hurricane making landfall in south central Arkansas. Nobody would believe you. Nobody believe you. Say, what? Yeah, Category 2 hurricane went to Arkansas. No, it didn't. Yeah, it did. 2020. Oh, 2020. Yeah, you're right. It sure did. That 2020 got all kinds of curveballs. Just when you think it couldn't, it did. Yes, sir. Just when you think it couldn't, it did. How many times have we said that this year? Everybody watching this video said it. My goodness. CAT4 hurricane making landfall in Arkansas. Okay, I just got a message saying the pressure's dropping. Well, if that's the case, that's from Mel Claudius. Thank you, Mel. The moderator did send that to me. Well, if the pressure's dropping, you know what that means. It's the old yin yang. Look at that dude. What are you doing? Watch him hit the brakes when he gets up there at the peak and starts white knuckling that steering wheel. Watch. Here we go. Watch the brakes. Ready? Watch him hit that brake a couple times. Guarantee he's got death grip on that wheel. He's wanting to bail. See, there you go. There's the brakes. The breakage. Oh, God, I'm bailing. He's ready to bail. It's like, I'm ditching this thing. I'm out of here. Slide back down the bridge. He's white knuckling that baby all the way. I guarantee it. That's by definition just insane right there. Holy cow. I mean, you're literally risking your life. That's what you just witnessed. You just witnessed somebody risk their life. Look at this camera. There goes another one. Oh, my goodness. All I can say is I just hope they're going to safety, but they're doing it in a dangerous fashion. And we've known about this for a couple days, at least the CAT4. Well, maybe not the CAT4, but I kind of thought it would be a CAT4, but a lot of people didn't believe me. But we've known all day that it was going to be a Category 4. So, but if the pressure's dropping, okay. And that's what Michael did. Michael had an increase right. We got an update here on this radar. You can usually take a good long look at the eye wall if it's super round. Remember Dorian, which that one it's I mean, it's pretty impressive. I will say it's nice and symmetrical. That's a good sign of strengthening. Bad sign if you're on land waiting for this thing, but that's a good indication. Look at the outflow too. I don't know, guys. It could be strengthening. I mean, I'm just saying. It could be. Those are all signs that it is strengthening. But look at here. We got a CAT4 landfall. Look. No joke right there. CAT4 in Arkansas. That is nuts. Are you serious? Okay. I'm looking at 9284339. Common ground is 37, so it's still a 937. So I don't know about that intensity. I think it's I think it's still going to be a CAT4, guys. I don't think it's going to be a CAT5. I really don't. Whoa, look at that baby move. About time for a car to drive across the bridge. Yeah, we got a nice strong flow of 90-mile-an-hour winds with blinding rain. Yeah, let's go drive across the bridge. Let's do it twice. Yeah. Watch, there'll be a vehicle come across here now that we've got it really cranked up. Let's go white knuckle across the bridge. We'll call this the White Knuckle Bridge. It's got a new name, the old White Knuckler. All these cats driving across this bridge in the middle of a CAT4. You nuts. Okay, watch this thing over here by this concrete embankment right there. That is actually, if I saw it right, that's floating in the water, I think. So if that rises up next to that, then we know we've got water, which I'm sure it's rising. It's just next to impossible to tell under these types of conditions. You can tell that water is coming down out of the sky. It is raining very, very hard. I think it's going to stay at Category 4, guys. I don't think it's going to go to a Cat 5. But he might. Michael did right at landfall. But this one is encountering a little bit of wind shear. Let me show you. In fact, a lot. Now it's kind of in the middle. The red lines are wind shear. So, I don't know. But either way, you got a CAT2 headed to Arkansas. How about that? Looky there. There you crazy. Watch him hit the brakes up at the top. Watch. Get up there and be like, whoa! Like on a ride at the amusement park. See them brakes? Got breakage. There's more breakage. More. More breakage. Yeah, you get up there at that top, it gets nice and windy up there. Start white knuckling that steering wheel. Eyeballs get as big as silver dollars. What have I got myself into up here? Crazy. And it does if you... Here comes another one. That bridge, you can see water, at least that's what it looks like, running down both of the roads that we can see here. The east and westbound lanes, both of the lanes look like they're flooded. I mean, it's obviously running downhill, but covered with a lot of water. Now, this looks like something big. I don't know. Maybe it's a emergency services vehicle. I mean, some of those are pretty big and would be kind of difficult to blow over if it was some sort of a rescue. Look at the water ricocheting off the road. I don't know what that was. Boy, it is raining hard now. Look at that rain. Mercy, that is getting real serious now. $11 sharp, Lake Charles time. $11 sharp. Say hi to Laura. That eye wall still looks really, really strong. A little bit of collapsing over here on the east side right there. See that? A little bit of collapsing. That could be from the wind shear that I just showed you guys. Check the power. 17, almost 18,000, almost 10,000 now in Texas. I'm telling you, Arkansas, we got to watch Arkansas. Look. Whoa! Did you see the big blue flash? Check this out. Something flashed. I think some power went off. Whoa! Oh, I got action here on the right side of the bridge. There's another one. That might be lightning. Maybe that's lightning coming in. It was either that or a couple of transformers just went. Might have been lightning. Probably lightning. And you know, this has had lightning in it since it was a young tropical storm. When it dropped copious amounts of rainfall in the Dominican Republic and Haiti, they were flying over the Dominican Republic in lightning, and this thing was just a young tropical storm. That was one of the key indicators that I took note of when this thing was on its way. There goes another vehicle. That cat is crazy. That this thing had a lot of energy. Yes, sirree. Tropical storms that are loaded with lightning are very energetic creatures. Thank you, Lady of the Woods, for the super chat. That was very kind. Trying to keep up with all that and keep up with the storm. You guys are super nice. That's very kind. Oh, it's getting sideways now. No, come back. Where's my camera? Where's our camera? All right, come on, baby. You made it this far. Whoa, that thing is really teetering back and forth. And here comes another vehicle. I mean, really? Maybe two. There is two. Okay, the first one looks like a, I don't know, good-sized truck. And so does the second one. And here comes yet another one. I mean, I am mystified. I really am. I would have never dreamt that people would be out driving around across a bridge. Wow. That looks like... Holy cow. You know what that was? That was a bus. I mean, it's a little risky, but hey, it's better than hanging around waiting on 9 feet of water, right? Okay, calculated risk. All right, get these people to safety. If that's what you're doing, then go for it. But you better make it quick. That was a bus. Yeah, I can see windows all down the side. That was a bus. I don't know what we've got here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to tell on this one. It didn't look like a bus. I couldn't really tell. Huh. Saw some blue flashes of light. I think it was lightning. The first one I thought was a transformer. You know how those light the sky up blue? It's kind of what it looked like, but it very well could have been lightning. This thing has had lightning the entire journey. And it is almost arrived at its destination, and it's not done yet. Oh no. This thing's headed into Arkansas as a CAT4. Isn't that crazy? That's so 2020, though. That is totally 2020. If that didn't happen, it wouldn't be 2020. Got a CAT4 going into Arkansas tomorrow. There goes another truck. I just hope they're going to get people. I mean, that's the only rational, halfway logical thing I could think of that would be, worth risking. If you could go rescue people that, for whatever reasons, couldn't evacuate and decided that maybe they should. That'd be the only thing. I don't know, what else would they be doing? I mean, really, they're in the middle of a Category 4 hurricane. It's almost there. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the outer edge of it is. I mean, this is a big storm. So what we're seeing right now is the outer edge of a Category 4 hurricane. It really hasn't even got started. This is mild compared to what's coming. This is mild compared to what's coming, absolutely. So you are seeing the backside of the storm. See that wall right there starting to collapse a little bit? That could be from the wind shear. It's a little late for an eye wall replacement. I don't think that's going to happen at this particular juncture. A lot of storms do that out over the open waters. They'll go through what's called an eye wall replacement. That usually does not happen at landfall. So, I'm not really sure how to interpret that. You can interpret that, quite a few ways. It could be from wind shear. Maybe it's trying to recycle and it's not going to have time. And it may be nothing at all. It could be just it may pop right back up. Who knows? It's still CAT4. It's got a long way to go. CAT2 into Arkansas. That's the forecast right now. Category 2 arriving in Arkansas. So if you're in Arkansas, you need to prepare for hurricane. I mean, that is just nuts. Here we go. It's starting to pick up now. Yeah, I'd say it's very, very close. Whoa, that camera's tilting. Look at that tilt. Whoa. Oh, my. And there goes a little car. That is not an emergency services vehicle. That's a small car. Watch for the breakage when they get up there to the top of that bridge. Because I guarantee you that's a first for them. They've never done that. They've never driven across a 100-foot tall bridge in the middle of well, not in the middle, but at the edge of a Category 4 hurricane. There goes the breakage. Probably hit the brakes again. Maybe they decide to just floor it and get out of there as they're white-knuckling across the bridge. The only thing I can think of that makes any sense at all is they're trying to get to safety before it gets too bad. And I hope that's the case. Because otherwise they're putting themselves in a pretty bad situation. Yeah, it's getting windy. You can tell those gusts are getting stronger. Probably more power outages would be my guess. Texas at 9,800. Louisiana at almost 20,000. When that thing makes landfall, we'll probably see a huge increase in the overall power outages, at least in that area. And then as that eye wall moves to the north, it's no telling. Arkansas, I think, is going to get a lot of this storm. Obviously, if there's a CAT4 headed their way. I just know Arkansas is loaded with a lot of trees. Arkansas, I don't know. I have a feeling Arkansas is going to really get a lot of flooding, a lot of wind from this storm. I really do. All right, we've got some wind coming. Look at the wind. Camera bouncing like crazy. So it's time for a car. About time for a car to come across the bridge. Look at that thing tilting now. Hang in there. Yep, here it comes. Right on cue. How about that? Amazing. Like I said, the only thing wait a minute, there's a car going across there with no lights on. Sure look like it, maybe not. There goes the brakes. They get up there to that top and they hit them brakes. There they hit them again. Oh my gosh. That is just baffling. I mean, I seriously hope they're headed out of Dodge. I really do. They should have left a long time ago. What are you doing? Here comes some more wind. This thing is less than 10 miles from the coast. It's less than 10 miles from making landfall. The northern eye wall. Whoa. Man, it's getting feisty there in Lake Charles. Getting feisty. Here comes some more vehicles. Watch them hit the brakes when they get up there at the top. The only thing that could make any type of sense at all is they're evacuating people. I don't think at this point you would be taking emergency generators. I don't think you would move logistics around during the storm. That would have to wait until it's gone, because you're jeopardizing your goods, you know. And goods are limited. It's not like you can get replenished real quick. I don't know what they're doing. You can see the rain coming down at a steady pace. Been like that for a while. And it's about to touch that coastline. Watch. It's getting close. Whoa. That's almost there. Now on this particular radar, the eye wall looks nearly perfect in that run. But if you go here, we'll see what it looks like now. I'm going to update it. You can see a little bit of dysfunction in the eye wall. A little bit of unorganization right there. Probably from the wind shear would be my guess, but maybe not. Maybe not. That's a car right there. They got their flashers on. I mean, I guess that's helpful to put your flashers on, but who you putting them on for? You're the only one up there. I mean, we see you. Oh, you got a vehicle behind you. That's a big one. That's a big rig or something. He'll be white knuckling up there at the top. Gets up there and gets a good dose of that wind. He'd be saying, what I sign up for here? You told me to go across this bridge. I didn't want to. Jeez. Do you realize a big gust of wind could just tip that thing over? I've seen it happen. Actually, right out here in Arizona on a sunny day. Yeah, between here and California on I-10, FedEx truck got blown over by a dust devil. Came out of nowhere. It was a sunny day. Through all the packages of the truck, actually it was 2 trailers. You've seen them large FedEx trucks where there's one trailer pulling 2. It was a tandem. Blew it over and packages went all over the place. It was last December. There goes another vehicle there. There goes another one. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. That is just baffling. Yeah, watch, hit the brakes up there at the top. That's white knuckle peak. Get up there and stare that hurricane eye to eye right up there. Get a good look at it. There it is. Yeah, that eye wall's doing a little bit of something. That's an indication that the airflow from top to bottom, because it pushes down, something's interfering with the airflow. And usually what that is an upper level crosswind that we know as wind shear. So it's messing with its flow, so to speak, you know, the wind flow. The wind flow goes down that shaft that we look at called an eye wall. So that's probably what's causing those anomalies, so to speak, in the eye wall. There's another white knuckler up there. Did he stop? What? He got up there and froze. There's another one got up there and said, what'd I get myself into up here? That is nuts. Yeah, we've almost got an official landfall, guys. Probably less than 30 minutes away, if that. This thing's getting really close to landfall. Here comes another vehicle sliding down the water-filled bridge. Incredible. Yeah, it's just a few miles away from making official landfall. And I look for the power outages to... That was a big rig of some sort. Yeah, you think there might have been a change of plans that required somebody to get out in these extreme conditions? Because that stuff should have been done hours ago. I mean, you've known all day that there's a big hurricane coming. Look at that camera go. Look at that. Here it goes. Oh no, hang on, hang on, hang on. That was a big movement right there. Okay, if this camera is on some sort of a tower, I think the tower is about to be compromised. This wind. I don't have any idea what it's mounted on, but it's moving. That was the most I'd seen it move at one time. That was several inches, so I don't know how much wiggle room it's got. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, this thing's going up into Arkansas as a CAT4. Unreal. You know, sometimes when the eye wall does that, no joke, they're slowing down. Yeah, they slow down. I mean, it could be a combination of things. That's why I said it could be the wind shear, it could be slowing down, it could be attempting to do an eye wall replacement. I don't know. I really don't. Oh, I was going to check power outages. I'm sorry. I'm going to come back to that camera. Hold on. Let's see where we're at here. 24,000 in Louisiana, 9,300 in Texas. Tell you what, Port Arthur and Beaumont have impressed me so far. They're hanging in there. No power outages, at least they're showing up on the map yet, and they've been taking a pretty steady dose of Hurricane Laura, a CAT4 hurricane. I mean, look at Lake Charles. It's several miles away from the core of the storm. Here comes another one. Look at this dude. That's a tiny little car. Here comes the brakes. See there? He's asking the same question everybody else has that got up there. Okay, now he's gripping that steering wheel really hard. We got a white knuckle grip. Hit the brakes. And slide down the other side. Still got them brakes on. There we go. That's the old white knuckler. Nuts. Like I said, all I can do to rationally view that and think positive thoughts. I'm thinking that they're finally fleeing to safety, getting out of there, you know, which is good if that's what they're doing. It's better than sitting around like a, you know, sitting duck, so to speak, waiting on possibly 9 to 20 feet of water. Oh, wow. Here comes another one. Look at that camera bouncing around. You know, that truck's bouncing around too. Hitting them brakes up at that top. Yeah, look at them brakes. Oh, what have I gotten into here? See the brakes? Breakage. You got to go now. You got to slide down the other side. You've gone too far. You got to go. Stay up there at the top. Big old wind gusts blow them high-profile vehicles over. It happens. It happens all the time. Under less conditions than this. Oh, here comes. Look at that camera go. Oh, wow. It's really rocking now. And remember, the eye wall of the hurricane's going right up in this area. Some models have it going right over, basically over this bridge. Some have it going right next to the bridge. There comes another vehicle. I mean, this is absolutely mystifying. What is this, like a DoorDash delivery or something? In the middle of a hurricane? Somebody ordering food? That is nuts. Wow. White knuckling down this side, too. That looks like something pretty big. That looked like a truck that was loaded with vehicles, loaded with cars. Huh. That's what it looked like. Okay, I want to check the radar. Almost to landfall. Ah, pretty close. Refresh. Pretty close. Yeah, the right side of that eye wall is definitely going through some sort of a change. Don't know. Power outages. 92 in Texas, 28,000 in Louisiana, which makes sense because Louisiana is taking the hardest hit right now. You can see that eye wall is almost on Louisiana, but I will say Port Arthur right there has seen a heavy dose of that storm, and I don't see any power outages. At least ooh, look at the skylight up there. Whoa! Big lightning. Whole sky lit up blue. I'm assuming that's lightning. It kind of looks like a transformer, you know? That was big blue there. Hello to Lindsay. Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay. How are you? Hope you're hanging in there during this storm, wherever you may be. That came from Homel Prospecting. Asked me to say hi to Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay. I got that from my moderator. Wow, look at that camera go. Hang in there, camera. Thank you, Ronald Schultz. I appreciate that. Mel's Fable. Mr. MBB, you're cracking me up. I'm going to be disappointed when the camera goes. Yeah, I know. I do. I have legitimate concerns when I see people driving across this bridge in these types of conditions. No kidding. I really am concerned about their well-being. And not only that, their state of mind. I mean, they should have had their affairs taken care of many, many hours ago. I'll try to make the window bigger, guys. I think I tried that earlier, and I ended up unsuccessful. Let me try, though. I'll try. See what I mean? Let me try again. I had somebody ask if I could make it bigger, and I will try. I agree it could be bigger, but I was just thankful to... Maybe this will help. Here we go. There you go. Now, I'll leave it right there. See, every time I touch it. Okay, let me make it bigger. Hang on. I got this. I got this. Hang on. There we go. Okay, that's a little bigger, right? Yeah. Comes another car. Oh, wow. Okay, when it refreshes, you're going to see a bigger view of the White Knuckle Bridge. It'll come back up and it'll be a lot bigger, guys. There goes another truck. Oh, man. That camera is really swaying right now. And you know, it's just getting started because that eye wall is literally going to touch this camera. Yeah, it's going to touch the camera here in a few hours. Thank you, Susan. That was very kind. Thank you, Jack Redmond, Susan Walden. That's very kind of you guys. Oh, wow. Here we go. Come on, baby. Hang on. Hang on. This is just the beginning. This probably isn't nothing. This is going to get even windier. Is there a car up there at the top? It stopped. Yeah, probably because it got so... Yeah. That vehicle stopped up there for a minute. Seriously. Probably got up there and second guessed and wanted to turn around and come back. You know, when you get up to the top of that bridge, that wind, it's probably 8 miles an hour faster up there. It is. It's a little faster. The rain is probably blowing harder, obviously. You get up there and you can't see. You know. They're questioning their own judgment call. Why am I up here? Come on, people. I mean, this is bad enough without flying off of a bridge during a hurricane. Hang on, we are literally minutes away from landfall. Minutes. Wow, it is getting super windy now. Super windy. Here comes another vehicle. And these are probably some of the strongest winds I've seen yet. They're sliding down White Knuckle Bridge. I just hope they're going to safety. I mean, that's the only thing I can logically apply my thinking to here with what I'm seeing. I can't process it any other way. Look at the camera. The vehicle's doing the same thing the camera is. Bouncing around, especially that's a bigger vehicle, so you know it's catching a lot of wind. I don't even know what that was. I couldn't tell. Here comes another one. You know, the vehicle is feeling what the camera is. They're in the same environment. And keep in mind, when they get up at the top of that bridge, they are higher up than the camera. So it's even more windy. Oh, we got white knucklers here. They're hitting the brakes multiple times already. And they are too asking the question, what have I done? See the brakes? Look. They're both riding the brakes. Probably filled their pants. Look at that. There's breakage up there. You know that wind is howling up there. Look at that camera. Hang on, hang on. Oh, here comes the big wind's coming. That's big wind. Hang on. White Knuckle Bridge. Are you serious? That's 5 vehicles in less than a minute. Again, the only way I can rationally look at this is they're going to safety. But then I have to ask, why didn't they go hours ago? You want to get to a safe location in the middle of the hurricane. Come on. Watch him hit the brakes up there at that peak. White Knuckle Peak. Guarantee you they're gripping that steering wheel. Them eyes as big as silver dollars. Then go sliding down. Yep, there went the brakes. Go sliding down the other side. All right, guys, I got to check the landfall situation here real quick. Almost there, probably 5 miles. If that. And the eye wall, see, it went back to pretty good shape. Look at that. Yeah. So it's just going through a change. That's all. It's still, that eye wall looks good. It's about 5 miles away from the coast. We'll have landfall in 10 minutes. Landfall in 10 minutes or less. Come on, camera. Now, I haven't noticed yet this, whatever this is over here. Well, yeah, it is too. It's rising a little bit. It sure is. I know it's difficult to tell, but it has gone up. Yes, it has. Oh, yeah. Kind of bobbing up and down right now. It's hard to tell, but it's gone up. It's definitely gone up some. Probably 2 or 3 feet. Man, that camera is rocking right now. Whoa. I mean, this thing is probably yards away from landfall. Yeah, it's so close. We've almost got landfall. Official landfall, guys. Probably 2.5 miles, 3 miles from landfall. And then we'll come back to White Knuckle Bridge. Let's check the power outages. Oh yeah, there you go. 10,000 in Texas, 30,000 in Louisiana. I'm not surprised at all. Just looking for the landfall. Almost there. And you know, the eye wall, see the power outage is starting to kick in now. Yeah, we've almost got a landfall, folks. So that means conditions here at Lake Charles are only going to deteriorate, and they're already terrible. And that storm is going to remain a hurricane all the way up into Arkansas. Can you believe that? That is just amazing. Here comes another vehicle. What are you doing, dude? I mean, these winds have to be getting close to 80, 90 miles per hour. I mean, that has got to be highly, highly important. I hope they're getting people to safety is what's going on. That is super, super risky. I mean, oh, look at the water now. Now it's coming towards the camera. Do you see it there? Big gust of wind blew the water towards the camera. Oh, you can see it. Look at the water flying off the bridge. It's just coming off the bridge in sheets. And got 2 vehicles on the bridge right in the middle of this hurricane. That is absolutely nuts. Whoa. Oh, it's getting busy now. Whoa, it's hard to see across the water. Hang in there. 11:44 p.m. local time in Louisiana, Lake Charles, 11:44. That's right on cue. That camera is rocking and rolling right now. Here comes the vehicle, and this is about the worst I've seen the camera. This is about the worst conditions I think I've seen. And there's a vehicle on top of the bridge. You know what? It's 2020. That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. You get out and you find a bridge that's steep and go drive on it in the middle of a hurricane. That's 2020. Yeah. What's wrong with me? I mean, I shouldn't even be questioning that. That's normal for 2020. Are you serious? I mean, really, it is. It's 2020. You go out in a hurricane when it's as strong as it possibly can be and find a bridge and just go drive on it. You'll be fine. It's great. You can't see much. Your car, truck sways back and forth. You might slide off, but other than that, you know, it's not too risky. I'm not sure what this is. It looks like a small vehicle. Definitely wasn't big. Oh, wow, this thing is starting to bounce. Right on cue, we got more cars coming over as the camera starts bouncing. Perfect. Yeah, that's the way it should be. Of course. This is nuts. Now this looks like a big vehicle. See the light saturation? It's got a lot of lights, a lot of big lights. Looks like a big fireball coming down the bridge, sliding down the bridge. Big gutter full of water. Holy cow. Water going sideways. That's a white knuckler right there. You know it. That was some sort of a truck. That sure was. That was a good-sized truck. I don't know what kind, but... boy, those conditions look absolutely deplorable. I mean, it's right on cue with a big hurricane that's making landfall probably right now, I would say. We got to be there, right? Oh, maybe a mile. Here we go, guys. We're going to watch landfall. You see that? Look at that. It reached out and touched it right there, almost. Next time it refreshes, we'll have a landfall. Yep. We've got landfall, guys. I mean, we're literally a couple of minutes away. And then it's Katie bar the door. Katie should have done barred the door a long time ago. Here comes another vehicle. What? Watch him hit the brakes up there. White Knuckle Peak. Brakes? No brakes? Honestly, it's difficult to tell. It's raining so hard. Wow. Yeah, we've got landfall, guys. We are like within minutes. I'm talking like 2 minutes. Texas, 10,000. Let me update this. Texas, 10,000. Louisiana, 30,000 without electricity. Wow, that camera is really bouncing around right now. It's getting rough. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Landfall? Woo, that is mighty close. Oh, she's almost arrived. The Eagle has almost landed. And it looks like... going to Google Earth. We're going to confirm. Cameron. Looks like it's going right directly into Cameron. Yeah. That's Port Arthur off to the left. That's Cameron right there. That will probably be pretty close to the landfall area. Whoever makes that decision. Yeah, I mean, it's almost there, guys. The Eagle has landed. Wow. Man, this here's getting fierce. Did the power go out to that hotel? Whoa, that's some big lightning. I think the power went out to the hotel, guys. Or at least part of it. Maybe it's just too much rain. I can't see it. I do think some of the power is out at the hotel across the water. Maybe not. Maybe I just can't see it because of the rain. Woo! It is coming down. 11:51 p.m. Not yet. I mean, I don't think it's officially touched the coast yet. Nope, not yet. We still got a couple of minutes. But it looks like, to me, it's getting tough to tell. I mean, that rain is really ripping. But it looks like the hotel, it's like some lights have gone out. Either that or there's just too much rain coming down sideways across that lake that it's just interfering. I don't know. It doesn't look as bright over there. I think there's lights out at the hotel. I really do. Yeah, maybe not. Here comes another vehicle. Midnight, 11:53 p.m. Crossing White Knuckle Bridge in the middle of a hurricane. I mean, really, just when you think you've seen it all, here comes 2020 with another one up its sleeve, right? Look at that. Woo! Unreal. You know, the only thing I can think of is, like I said before, they're just trying to get to safety, and I mean, they picked one heck of a time to do it. But I'm still looking at the hotel over there. Is the power out over there at the hotel? That's the structure, bigger structure over here to the left. It just kind of looks darker over there, but it could be because there's so much rain. Ooh, there it went. Did you see it? Power just went out, guys. She's black right now. Power just went out. Power's out in Lake Charles. Here it comes. 11:54 p.m. Power went out. Here it comes. I know there's a little bit of a delay, but watch. You're going to see the power go out. Wow. We have dove into the middle of a CAT4 hurricane. It's like we just sank into the abyss. Just rain swirling side to side. It's like you're inside of a car wash. Unreal. Guarantee if I see a vehicle come across there now and it's pitch black and you can't even see. Well, no. There ain't no way. There's a light back there in the back. See it? Now that looks rough. That looks absolutely treacherous. And keep in mind, the eye wall has just... Whoa, there's a big burst of light. Where'd that come from? Oh, this is getting crazy over here. I think it made landfall, right? It's gonna touch Cameron. Cameron, right? Oh, wow, that is close. I'd say it's Cameron. If it was up to me, that's what I would say. This here, it's getting rough. This is like a war zone, and look at that. Woo! Unreal. I don't know what this light is back here in the back, though. What is that? I mean, is that backup power, maybe? Attempting to come on? Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. It looks like it's bursting or something. Whoa, just lit up the whole area. I don't think there's any way you could drive across that bridge now. I really don't think so. Not that it's ever been safe, but now it would just be insane because it's pitch black. There's no lighting anywhere. I don't know what that big light is off in the distance. Looks like a star trying to go nova. I mean, you've just got like whiteout conditions because of the rain. Look at that. The bridge has turned into a gutter. There's water just like gushing down the bridge. That has to be emergency lighting trying to kick on back there. That's the only thing I can think of that it would be. But yeah, it's lights out in Lake Charles. Right as this storm made landfall and the outer edge of the storm got up to Lake Charles, and that would be the intense part of the outer edge of the storm, power out. I just want to see what's going on here first. We'll check the power outages here in just a second. This here is intense. I mean, it is all out chaos right now in Lake Charles. This is intense. What is that light back there? That might be something going haywire. I don't know. There it goes again. Look at that. I mean, it's like we're out at sea on a big ship in the middle of a violent storm. Bouncing around, water going everywhere. You notice we haven't seen any cars ever since the power went out, right? I mean, it's pitch black. There's a little light over here. I think that's emergency lighting over there at that hotel. I don't know what's going on over here with this light flashing. Actually, there's two. One smaller one and one that there you go, goes again. Looks like a pulsar. Wow, conditions just, I mean, within 5 minutes just went from bad to worse. Woo! Cheryl Jones, a lighthouse? You know, it could be. Thank you for the super chat. That's nice. Namaste 111. That's very kind. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trying to look at some of the comments here as we're diving into the abyss of the storm. Somebody special. How wide is the eye? That's a good question. I think it's about 15, 20 miles wide. Maybe 30 tops, you know, when it was at its peak. Thank you, Just Ice and Jack Redman. Appreciate that, everybody. Yeah, this is getting wild over here. A revolving spotlight. JoJo's. You know what it could be? You know, the only thing is, though, I don't remember it being there before the power went off. But it very well could be. Now that the power has gone off, maybe that's some sort of a secondary lighting component, that maybe it is a rotating spotlight to kind of just cast light around the immediate area. That's an excellent guess. It very well could be. We can't see anything now. We can't even hardly see the bridge anymore. I will say, Oddly enough, we've been seeing cars about every 5 minutes or so go across the bridge, cars and trucks. Since the power went out, we haven't seen one. I mean, that looks very intense right there. And I will say, I know it's hard to see, but this thing over here on the lower left-hand side of the screen, I'm watching this right here because that's in the water. I think this over here is concrete. I'm not sure, but it does look like it is rising. It looks like it's getting higher, so that tells me the water is going up some. I have no idea how much, but it's going to go up some. It's going to take on water from the hurricane rain alone, let alone the storm surge. Wow, we really watched this area go from like bad to worse right around midnight. And the eye wall is just now making landfall directly south of Lake Charles. This right here looks rough. No joke. This looks rough. Now it almost looks like that lighthouse thing over there is down. Don't see any light anymore. Holy smoke. Yeah, it stopped. Can't even see the bridge. I mean, it is getting super intense here. And it's not even close to the eye wall yet. This is a powerful storm, guys. This is the real McCoy. This is a big, powerful storm. Big, powerful storm. I would say the northern edge of that eye wall has touched the coast. Not yet. Not officially. Of course, I don't make that decision. It's not up to me. But I'd say it's boy, it's probably within 1,000 feet. I mean, it is that close. Oh, here we've got light again. The lighthouse is back on. It's trying. I mean, it's hanging in there. I mean, this is rough. This is inclement. Bad. Woo! I mean, you're getting a first-hand look at Hurricane Laura here. And she's just getting started. Oh, my. Wait a minute. There's a light or something flashing under the bridge. Look at that. Did you see that? Look under the bridge over here on the right-hand side. Oh, there's light bursting down there. That looks like a loose wire. Oh, crap. That's a loose wire, I think. Look at the flashing down there below the bridge. Look. You see that? That looks like loose electricity flying up into the air like a loose. What is causing that? Those big bursts of light over there to the left. Whoa. Boy, there's something going down here. There is, for real, something going down here. I mean, obviously we understand there's a big hurricane moving through, but there's some infrastructure breakdown. We're seeing it right here. It's struggling. I'd say the electrical grid is definitely struggling right now. Understandably so. I mean, this is a strong hurricane. Understandably so. Wow. I'm seeing, though, something over here underneath that bridge. What could that be? I mean, that's just mainly water. I do think those are backup lighting systems that are trying to hang on. It could be some sort of like a lighthouse, like was suggested. That was a great idea. I think it probably is. I think the secondary power is struggling to stay on. Yeah, this here got rough real quick. No doubt about it. Okay, whatever that flashing was below the bridge seems to have stopped. Boy, it's ripping through here. Can you imagine trying to ride this out right now? I mean, it's just getting started. I mean, this is rough. And see how the secondary power over there, that light's struggling to stay on. It's trying. I mean, it's trying, but it's tough. We're seeing the infrastructure, take a hit right now. I mean, it's trying to hang in there, but this is a big, strong hurricane, and it's just getting going. I mean, it's just now coming to shore. And this thing has the potential to go into Arkansas as a Category 2. That's a forecast. It could change. But I think they're probably considering the brown ocean effect. This storm here, as it makes landfall, is not going to weaken right away. I mean, it's no telling how much water it's pushed ashore already, right here along the coast. I mean, I don't have any way of knowing. I'm not sure anybody does, to be honest. You'd be crazy to be down there right now, taking on the high wall of the hurricane. Okay, it does definitely look like that segment of the eye wall touched Cameron. So, if I had to guess, I would say landfall, Cameron, Louisiana, at 12:08 a.m. There's the secondary light back on. No, wait a minute. Yo, we got somebody coming across the bridge. There's no way. This is a true hero right here. I mean, this guy's going across a huge body of water over a fairly steep bridge in the middle of a Category 4 hurricane with no electricity, infrastructure crumbling around him in 360 degrees, but he is brave enough to go across the bridge in a complete blackout and sideways rain. I am stunned. Right there he is, look. And made it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I can't believe that cat just did that. It's pitch black up there. Woo-hoo. That had to have been the most important thing he ever done in his life. To do that under those conditions, I don't know. That was the most important thing he could have ever done. He just risked his life. You saw it. I saw it. Wow. Bean Green, I'm going to check another camera here in a minute, but those cameras were down on the road, and there wasn't much to see, even under good conditions, so I'm going to check, though. Light reflection on the water. Menacing muscat. Yeah, there's mist and in fact, heavy mist coming off that bridge. But I tell you what we're going to do. Let's do this. All right, we're going to check another camera. But these cameras didn't have a very good view during daytime. But we'll check it out. Okay, that one's not working. This one is working. Let's check it out just to see what's happening over here in this area. This would be on the east side of the bridge. Okay, that one's down. That one looks pretty rough. Oh, wow. That looks rough, too. But we'll check it out and see. There you go. Here's another view. Yeah, you can see a little bit here. You got, obviously, power's on in this location along the roads. Looks like the power is off in the distance. It looks kind of black on both sides. Date and time are incorrect. There goes a car there. Water, again, moving across the highway in just sheets of rain. This is I-10 at Enterprise Boulevard. This is on the other side of the bridge. When we saw people crossing the bridge, they were going over here somewhere. Maybe they knew what they were doing. I mean, it looks like there's power over here. At least streetlights. It looks like the power is off on both sides of the road. I mean, that's just very inclement weather here. Understandably so. This camera's bouncing around a little bit too. Not quite as much as the other one. There it goes. Big gust came through there. And most of the electricity that supplies these lights here along this main road are underground. So that's why these lights are still on. Most of the stuff above ground will probably be compromised. I mean, it's just the way it is during any hurricane, you know. But the underground stuff does pretty good until you get that heavy flooding, and then the water will penetrate the electricity that's underground somewhere and cause a short circuit. And then when it short circuits, then it causes a, isolated blackout or regional blackout. I think we just lost some lights here. In fact, I know we did. Look at that. There goes a big truck. That's a semi. That thing could get blown over so easy. Huh. You know what? We have lost some lights here. Yes, we have. Just in the last couple of minutes, there's been lights lost here. So more power going down. This camera's bouncing good too. All right, do we have landfall? Not yet. What is taking so long? Okay, that one looks like it did. Okay. Yeah, definite landfall, guys, for sure. Right there. Cameron, that's where Cameron's at. That thing just went right into Cameron, Louisiana. That's where it made landfall. Right there. Right there. There's homes there. Hopefully everybody was out of that place. It made landfall right there. That's where the hurricane made landfall. Just after midnight. Just after midnight. Right there. So that's your landfall. At least that's the way I perceive it. Right there's the area. Yep. All right. So we have landfall. Looks like about 12, maybe 12:15, somewhere in that neck of the woods. Looks like we've got a camera issue here. I don't know if it's offline. Let's try another one, guys. You want to? Let's try this one here. That one does not work. Understandably so. That's the one we were just at. What do we have here? See here, here's another all black. Let's go on here and see real quick. Yeah, it's jet black. As a matter of fact, let's check the power outages because we're starting to see an increase over here by Lake Charles. I mean, we're seeing it firsthand as it's happening. Oh yeah, absolutely. 63,000 just that quick. Power outages already, and it just made landfall. 63,000 customers in Louisiana, 13,000 customers in the state of Texas. So that's 76, almost 77,000 customers, and the storm just made landfall. You can see right here it made landfall the way I perceive it. I'm not sure where the official landfall will be, but it looks like it went square right there into Cameron, Louisiana at about 12:15. August 26th. Actually, it'll be August 27th. All right, guys, we're going to try to find another camera here. But they are taking a beating. Understandably so. This thing is a strong storm. Here's another one. This one might work. It does. Let's check it out. Where'd it go? Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to make it bigger. Whoops. There we go. Okay, we got another camera, and it's bobbing and weaving up and down. I don't know how long it's going to last because we're losing cameras, we're losing power. 63,000 plus now without power, and we saw some of that power outage occur right here in Lake Charles. We're still in Lake Charles. We're just at a slightly different location. We're not by the bridge anymore. I think we're losing power here. No? Yeah, we're seeing blackouts in Lake Charles, big time. Yep. Look at this camera teetering side to side, up and down. This is I-10 at US 1651 in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Time looks correct, 12:20 a.m., August 27th. But remember, this thing's going into, I think there's a car coming over here on the left. This thing's going into, it's not done with Louisiana yet. It just made landfall. It's still going to be a CAT4 for a while. Then a CAT2 going into Arkansas. At least that's the forecast now. Which is quite unprecedented to even say something like that. Category 2 hurricane going into Arkansas. I mean, that's just nuts. But that's the forecast. Wow. What a night. And it's just getting started, guys. For the good people of Louisiana and Texas and everybody that's in the path of this storm in the coming days, it's probably going to be one for the record books. I think it already is. Look at this camera bouncing up and down. Looks like a camera in an earthquake zone. You know, after a big earthquake, cameras shake. Have you seen that before? Okay, I think we have a car coming at us on this road. And I mean, this is treacherous. It's dark. No street lights. Sideways rain. I mean, what are they doing? It's after midnight in the middle of a hurricane. No joke. Yeah, they're coming right at us. That's a car. Or a truck. Here they come. They're coming right at us. Slowly but surely, white knuckling all the way. You know, these people are stressed out to the max. Why are they out driving in these things? There it goes. What is it? It's hard to tell. Look how slow they're going. I mean, yeah. Yep, there's no lights out here now. More power. Whoa, did you see that? Something just exploded over there to the right. Might have been a transformer. It's either that or lightning. Big bright flash off to the right. Boy, Lake Charles is seeing some action, and it's not even near the eye wall yet. I will say it says a lot about the integrity of the camera system here. Most of them still work. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, whoever put them in, they did a good job. Not all of them, but, you know, the majority of them I ran across are still on. Check the radar. Yeah, CAT4, Landfall, Cameron. Yep, there it is. She's on land. Yep, there it is. Laura has arrived. And those houses right there, whatever that, what's going on right here, I would say most of that is gone. It just took on 150 mile an hour sustained winds. So most of this stuff in this area, hopefully there was nobody there. I really and sincerely mean that. Because most of those structures are gone. They just took a direct hit from the eye wall of a major Category 4 hurricane. Not a small Category 4 hurricane, a major Category 4 hurricane. So most of those structures have been, for the most part, compromised beyond repair. Unbelievable. And it's just getting started, guys. This is going to go on all day, or at least for the next probably 16 hours or so in Louisiana, and make landfall in Arkansas as a hurricane. Saying that, I mean, I have to think twice before I can even say that. So 2020. We got one camera here in Lake Charles bouncing in the winds of Hurricane Laura, CAT4 Hurricane Laura, that has officially made landfall. Incredible. And it's just getting started. Well, listen, guys, I've brought us into the landfall. There she is. CAT4 officially made landfall, southern Louisiana. August 27th, about 12:15. Right there it is. Got to give my voice a break. I appreciate everybody sticking around, hanging out with me during the landfall of this historic moment. It's time for me to get some rest and get ready for tomorrow. We got more reporting to do tomorrow because this is just getting started. Just made landfall. All right, guys. Thanks again for stopping by. Thanks for all your kindness. God bless, and be safe out there.